Within seconds.
Just totally outside. You can feel the toughness. Students, can we have the energy shown early morning? Can we have a big round of applause as our industry leaders occupy the dais? Let it be going and be louder and louder. Today is Engineers Day, and wishing you all a very, very happy Engineers Day, my dear students. Let's be very energetic and pledge to ourselves from within our heart that as an engineer, we will contribute our best for the nation building. Wishing you a very, very happy Engineers Day. And over to ma'am for starting the session.
Esteemed guests on dais, dear faculty members, and my dear students, a very good morning to everyone here. I, Dr. Punjlata Singh, all along with the Amity fraternity, feel immense pleasure to welcome you all to the panel discussion session on next gen technologies, future of construction industry, and organized under International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership, ICEIL 2023. I would like to begin, as ma'am has said, Happy Engineers Day. Today is Engineers Day. Engineering is the professional art of applying science to the optimum conversion of natural resources to the benefit of human. This exemplifies engineers' influential role in national development. Engineers are those who work in a combination of science and society. Engineers are footing of development and technology. And if you talk about the construction industry, it is long known for its traditional practices and resistance to changes, is on the brink of technology's revolution. The integration of next generation technology is reshaping the future of construction, promising unprecedented efficiency, sustainability, and innovation.
architecture, and civil engineering aspects are the long heredity of our culture. If you take the example of the pre-Vedic era, at that time, we have one Upanishad name of Sthapatya Shastra. How many know that? Sthapatya Shastra. Sthapatya Shastra Upanishad is for building, architecture, construction, and all. It means we had that literature long back, even during the Indus Valley civilization. If you see the ruins of the Indus Valley civilization, you can see how planned our urban planning was there at that point of time. So that was our legacy in the civil engineering and construction and others as well. If you take that, the Mauryan Empire, then you know that many of the temples was made. Khajuraho, how many of you have visited? Khajuraho temple is the example of, typical example of that era. The medieval history that we had, great temples, great monuments, Sun Temple of Odisha, and many more we had that hierarchy. If you see the concrete technology that we had during our Mughal emperors, how many have seen the ruins of the old fort in Delhi? Old fort in Delhi, you must have visited many times, but maybe just going as a tourist. Have you seen the concrete that is being outside in that ruins? That is a typical concrete which always give the insulation to the heat and the coldness to its side. It protects the building from that. If you visit inside any of the forts, then that always have the options for protecting the person from heat, warmth, and other things. So that was our legacy in terms of the civil engineers and construction. Now we are talking about how the technology is changing. If you take the today's time, then today we had been grown a lot. And in the same way, the construction and civil engineering as well. The main problem we were facing was, the challenge we were facing was to bring together all the stakeholders, being as a construction, being as a contractor, being as a electrician, plumber, and others. Then we have evolved a new technology which is called BIM. How many of you know that BIM? Must be in your curriculum, or you must be understanding, learning that well, BIM technology. And where we had made all these stakeholders together and how they can collaborate with each other. And we are already, Indian government is in the process of making the smart homes, smart cities, where they are contributing, all this BIM technology is contributing. And how the latest technology can help. Now, being a civil engineer, you cannot say, I have no worry or no context, nothing concern about what is going on in the computer science department. Because the AR, VR system is helping now the construction more. And not only the IoT systems, all the buildings are now being developed with the IoT systems. From this distance with the remote, you are helping, you are switching on and switching off your all appliances. Similarly, there are many other technologies that right now is helping the civil engineering as well. You should be well equipped of that. These are the disruptions that is happening in your area, in civil engineering, and how the computer, civil engineer, mechanical engineer should come together to become a well-designed and a dynamic product. That will be the example of the technology, disruption of the technology for the civil engineer. So today we have the great panelists with us, those who are expert in these areas and those who are going to discuss with you on these aspects. And my suggestion to all of you will be to make it as interactive as possible. Just understand what is right now in that area and how you can get and benefit out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the brief introduction. Now I request Professor Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industrial Relations, CRCSA, to introduce us the event. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Punch ma'am. A very pleasant morning to everyone present here. It's indeed very pleasant today. Nice weather, challenges of engineering we have already witnessed, and that makes us more proud. I stand here as tall and proud civil engineer today, particularly on Engineers Day. It makes me feel very proud as a civil engineer, and as we commemorate the contribution of Bharat Ratna, Sir Mokshgundam Vishweshwaraya, to the engineering aspects and the nation building. Esteemed industry leaders, guests, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, respected Director, Head of the Department, faculty colleagues, my team, and very important, my dear participants, students. At Amity, we strongly believe in handshaking with industry to bridge the gap of our academic delivery. We proudly present ourselves as an Amitian who believe in research and innovation. And our university is having this tagline of innovation-driven university. Our focus is to work on relevant research which is the need of the market, and of course, would find application in the industry. Going by this philosophy, we ensure a balanced blend of academia as well as industry in all the conferences. And so is today when we are hosting this industry-focused panel discussion on next-gen technologies, future of construction industry, as the part of this 5th edition of International Conference, ICEIL 2023. It is a great honor for all of us to have galaxies of industry leaders from Trimble, WSP India, Buildtech, L&T, established and globally renowned organization. It is also a matter of pride to have our alumni amongst us, who is an entrepreneur and heading the firm A. Kumar and Associates. On behalf of Amity Fraternity, I welcome you all to our campus for the panel discussion, and I must say that super excited to hear from the leaders about the future of technologies and futuristic technologies, and I'm sure so must be you all. Dr. Pandey has made my job easy by already mentioning about the next gen technologies, starting from building information modeling, then IoT, AI, ML, and particularly when we talk about construction industry, construction bots, we are having drones all over and over, and we are talking about digital twin. So many technologies are disrupting, my dear students. The era is not of being in silo. We cannot be a good civil engineer or engineer for that matter if we just restrict ourselves to a particular discipline. It is very, very important that we expand our horizon, try to understand more than the engineering discipline that we are in. Maybe you are a computer science engineer. It calls for you to understand the domain of construction industry. If you are construction engineer of construction industry, if you are from manufacturing, you cannot stay away from the digital disruption that is happening around the world. So I welcome you all to understand and keep your eyes and ear open to the disruptive technology, understand the next gen technology, which is of course helping us to reshape the construction industry by improving the efficiency, reducing the cost, enhancing the safety, and the most important, promoting sustainability. As they continue to advance and become widely adopted, these future technologies will play a crucial role in not only shaping the future of construction, but my dear students, it is also very important that it will shape up your career of our students and all of us. In today's panel discussion, we will hear from our esteemed panelists about industry perspective, approaches, and challenges faced by them with regard to adoption of this future technologies and how industry is looking forward to embrace these all next-gen technologies to bring a revolution in construction industry. I'm glad to be part of this power-packed session and confident that all the participants will have a great takeaway. My advice to each one of you is that you should all catch up at least one future trends that interest you and then upskill yourself so that you are industry relevant when you go out of this campus and you don't go into a job, but you look for a career which is of your choice. So that is very, very important. So dear students, get ready, onboard the journey of learning now and explore and grow. With that, wishing you all the best and thank you once again for joining us today for this session.
Thank you, ma'am, for the brief about the event. Now we have among us Anand Sirohi in the designation of Director, Trimble, Delhi. He is chairing our session, the panel discussion on next gen technology future on construction industry. So Mr. Anand Sirohi is a distinguished leader in the technology industry with a career that spans across several renowned organizations, including Autodesk, Bentley, TomTom, Tele Atlas, and Hope Technology. His expertise in the team management, startups, and solution selling has been instrumental in driving growth and innovation. Mr. Sirohi is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, for holding a Masters of Technology degree. His academic prowess has undoubtedly played a significant role in shaping his career. At Trimble, Mr. Sirohi works involves integrating hardware, software, wireless communications, and service to provide integrated solutions that maximize productivity and enhance profitability. His mission is to deliver solutions that transform the way industries work, improving asset management and performance. One of his notable contributions is in the field of water conservation. Mr. Sirohi has emphasized that Trimble is developing focused solutions to meet industry's challenges and is also providing the building blocks for wastewater management. This work is particularly important considering the global water crisis and need for effective water conservation strategies. In addition to the water conservation, Mr. Sirohi has highlighted the importance of digitalization and technology adoption in the transport, infrastructure, and construction industries. He believes that transparency, connectivity, and predictability are the key elements that can drive progress in these sectors. His dedication to leveraging technology for the societal benefit is truly commendable. I request Mr. Anand Sirohi to present his thoughts.
Thank you so much to her to speak so much about me, and I do not know from where it all came. Yeah, I'm aware of few of those things, but not in, not at that high level. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind words. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I think now we are ready for, so first I would like to thank Dr. Pandey, Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Tomar, and the students here, the faculty, for inviting me, feeling that, I should come and contribute. We speak every day, I would say, in such forums, in ministries and others. I think my day would be made if whatever we speak together as a panel from the industry, if the students can pick something out of it, which is of importance to them. And I would encourage you to ask questions. We will speak. It will not even matter if we don't speak, but it is important that you speak and get the answers. I heard few things. Now, okay, before I start, have you heard about National Infrastructure Pipeline? NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline. No, Google it, write it. Do you know where does civil engineering or the infrastructure technology or the infrastructure development, where does it stand in terms of the GDP contribution of the country? I'm asking questions only, and I hope that some people would understand how important they are. The construction industry is second, after the agriculture industry in terms of the development which has happened in the last 20, 30 years. So imagine where we are and why I asked National Infrastructure Pipeline. $1.8 trillion of infrastructure projects are listed there, which needs to be completed by 2026. And they will not, because we know that while we put the deadlines, the time cost overruns always happen. But even if, with the adoption of technology, with the adoption of the skills that you all are developing together, we should be able to do some justice to that. So I'm starting with questions, and then, together we will try to address some of them. I am part of think tank with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, as well as Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And people are talking digital twins. I heard BIM. You know BIM, Building Information Modeling. Now, I'm not picking on anybody, but I want an answer. What is BIM? And what is your understanding of BIM? Stand up, one of you. And trust me, I also don't know. Anyone? Anyone? What is BIM to your understanding? First of all, I'll thank you for standing up and speaking about it, but that definition is not correct. Because in India, that is the maturity level of BIM, because we are stopping most of the companies. Most of the companies which talk about BIM, they're stopping at 3D modeling and at the best clash-free models. And even somebody has gone beyond in terms of CFC drawings which are coming out of the BIM. That's not the definition of BIM. Now open your Google and read what is BIM. It starts from concept. It starts from concept. Then whatever survey, and I'm talking building or what, and BIM is not limited to buildings. It is in every space of infrastructure. B is a verb here. Building is creation, information model. I is the most important thing, which is the information. And third is the model. Model is not equal to modeling. So we are starting with the concept, creating a 3D model. From this 3D model, whatever you said, GFC drawings and all that, the different stakeholders comes, a DPR consultant comes, that tender is prepared, then the contractor comes, he constructs using that, and in construction, it goes in a PDF file or a DWG file or a paper drawing. That's not BIM. Today, it is possible by combining the technologies, whether it is, Industry 4.0. Anybody knows? I don't expect you to know, but I'm just asking, because if you know it, you are ahead of the curve. Sorry? 4.0 is about IoT, the Industry 4.0. IoT, AR, VR, right? This is exactly where these technologies are combining to help you construct from digital 3D model using the machine automation or the people automation, the skill automation, connecting. So data is in the core, the information is in the core, from design to office, engineering to the site, getting the site, the information from there, right? Using the IoT devices and connecting in a real world, seamless environment where the data is the king, nobody else. and whatever is being done in the project management. And this is happening. I'm not talking future. This is happening. And many of these things are happening in India. I was talking to Mrs. Kadam just now before, ma'am, did I say your name right? L&T has used in constructing the runway, the new runway which opened last week, right? All these technologies, your central secretariat, they are using the robotic total station where your 3D model is transferred directly on the robotic total station, and it is giving you the accurate layout using the laser and even, doing the scanning. So my time is limited. I'm just throwing some of the ideas, igniting some of the minds here. And I'm just saying that, and digital twin also, I heard, I'm speaking about it. Everybody is talking about doing digital to physical, right? But nobody's talking getting the digital from physical, because whatever is in my information, that will help me in managing these assets, asset management. Last point, because we also understand there is a following obsession, which is around manufacturing. Look at this room. How many of these are manufactured components? How much percentage? So today, civil or construction is not just civil. Look at this. Give me a guess. How much is the manufactured component in this room? No, that you are seeing on the top. You are seeing on the top, that is what you are saying. But if we take the overall, perspective, it would be easily 30 to 35% would be the manufacturing component in this room. All your, those facades and all those things which come in steel, nothing is happening by civil engineers. You are giving a model, it's getting fabricated by the CNC machines and others, and then you are bringing in, installing it. I'll pause with that, and I'm very sure the other speakers would give you, much better insights than me. I would like definitely 5-7 minutes where I would like to hear you. So we would like to compress this session, whatever time we have. And I would invite the next speaker who is in the. Thank you so much.
The next speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, next among us, we have Kaushik Gangopadhyay, Head Civil and Bridge Engineering, WSP Engineer. Kaushik is a chartered engineer and a member of Institution of Civil Engineers, Mines, UK, and having masters in structural engineering with over 29 years of diverse experience in global infrastructure projects. Mr. Kaushik contributes to business development, being responsible for developing the mentoring of high-performing, energetic team of engineers and technologists for the delivering projects within the budget and time. He develops ongoing relationship with the other professionals and clients, ensuring repeat business and client satisfaction. Mr. Kaushik has delivered major projects in bridges, flyovers, highways, elevators, and underground metro rail, with due regards for health and safety, quality, and environmental issues. He has delivered detailed design and construction drawing for $2.6, 35-kilometer causeway bridge project called Shubia in Kuwait over the sea. He has project experiences in the countries like India, UK, Malaysia, Middle East, Bangladesh, and attended workshops, training, business meeting in France, Austria, and UK. I request Mr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay to present his thoughts on the panel discussion.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm really happy to come over here. And I think the student life is the best life in it. I mean, the best time period in a life. So I really feel happy to connect with you and understand and share some of my knowledge. So I'm in a consultancy firm called WSP. It's a global firm we mainly supporting from here the UK projects, though we have been involved in some of the domestic projects. But yes, what other panelists has told about Mr. Siro is mainly about the beam and others. I may throw some light, which is actually being done in UK, which is a bit much ahead of India. Before that, I thank all the Amity, the directors, the head of the department and all to inviting me, and really happy and excited to be here. So about the topic of next generation technology and about how we are transforming from the way we are doing the construction right now and the direction we are going. And definitely, though I'm not directly involved in the construction, but design is the first thing when we are conceptualize and planning the whole thing for the construction. So some of the things definitely we are hearing nowadays about the utilization of AI, artificial intelligence, drone survey, augmented reality, virtual reality. There are a lot of things actually that's happening and will be there in the future. But still, I believe we are in a very, very nascent stage of construction. We are still doing construction in a way we used to do maybe 50 years back. So there is a lot of, I think it's a long way to go in that direction. But some of the things which are already started actually, and which is really giving the indication that we are going in that direction. So I'll share those mainly some of the things like modular construction, the modern method of construction, MMC, and what is called about design for manufacture and assembly. So we may be going in direction of the way the cars are being manufactured, the cars are being assembled, and the similar direction we are trying to do more and more factory-made construction in the field of building bridges, flyover, and everything. So I'll definitely share with that thought with you some of my knowledge, sharing some of my previous experience, how we are actually going towards doing the things more and more precast, more and more from the factory made rather than doing at site or in situ construction. That definitely giving us a lot of advantage in terms of saving, minimizing the waste, the maintaining and increasing the quality. And then there is a possibility of using those advanced technology, which may not be possible in a normal under the sky cast in situ construction environment. So I'll definitely discuss more on that. But yes, good to see all of you here, and I'll be happy to share some of my knowledge in later on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now with us, we have Ms. Anamika Kadam, DGM, Civil Arts and Turbo Construction Private Limited, and MIA Structure, MIRC, MC, EAI, MICI, MICE. Ms. Anamika Kadam having experience of more than 25 years, is actively involved in construction management of large-scale infrastructure projects, both nationally and internationally. She is well versed with all Indian, British, and ASO standards, currently serving as DGM in L&T in Phase 3A expansion projects of Delhi International Airport, New Delhi, being an active member of many professional bodies like iStructure, IRC, CEAI, ICEI, and ICEI UK, has authored a number of published articles related to the construction industry over all these years. She worked as in civil engineering overseas projects in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and Salalah, Oman, and closely interacted with the international reputed consultant like ARUP, Hill Stations, COWI, Larsen, among others. Now, please put a big hands and welcome Ms. Anamika Kadam to present her thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, we can share. Yeah. Yes, yes. It has come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, you are done. Yes. Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. I am thrilled to be here second time. Last year also I got this privileged opportunity from MIT management to speak to my beloved students here in October last year, and now today also I am getting this opportunity, and thank you very much to MIT management uh, uh, and my colleagues here at dais, and all you students. Thank you very much. And really, I'm moved on that uh, eventually this is the day which belongs to all engineers. And on top of that, it is the day of Dr. Vishweshwaraya. And it is really, I'm thankful to God that I got this opportunity because of my parents and everyone. I'm here today, and I'm doing my small bit as a civil engineer in construction industry. And I'm very, very happy to let you know all, because now the doors are open to you. You may be there in your second year, third year, or fourth year, whatever. But after 2-3 years, the door will be open to you who are in final years. Door is open now itself, and you will be joining the industry in your respective fields, whether you are in design, whether you are in construction, whether you are in planning, whether you are in, there are lot of things. And you may not be civil engineer also, maybe other kind of fields and technologies. Let me tell you that being a civil engineer and in construction industry, I am the person who is standing at site, managing site, getting things executed. You know, I'll just give you a brief introduction of mine. My old colleague, Mr. Uh, mm, um, yes, yeah. Yes, Mr. Kaushik, I'll just first mention. We were there after, I think 20 years back in CES, Consulting Engineering Services together. And that time I was in design, you know, I was in hardcore design, and we were doing great projects. There was one Mr. Sheetla Sharan sir, and we were doing design, God bless his soul. And then I was there in Edges, and then for some time Lee Associates. Then I joined L&T in 2011. Then I joined L&T in overseas projects, Salalah, Oman, and then Abu Dhabi, UAE. And then I moved back to India, and now I'm in Delhi project. Why I'm telling you this? It is up to you. You can take inspiration. It is up to you. It is up to you to take learnings, and whatever you can is feel important and you feel motivated. My job is to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that sky is open. Sky has no limit for you people. It is up to you how to utilize the opportunities in a right manner, whatever comes to you, and never feel shy to put your hard work and diligence in whatever opportunity you get. So this is one thing. And And I just wanted to mention, first time I have not mentioned that last year, that I am thrilled, Madam Vice Chancellor, ma'am, that Amity infrastructure is very good, building campus and everything. So very good, you people are in safe hands, and you have good facilities over here. And good technology experts and the teachers you people have here in Amity University. So very good. So let me come to my business, for there I am today. Next gen technologies and what construction we can do utilizing this next gen technologies. And Mr. Sirohi just now told us that we are thinking to use digitization in design. Okay, that is one part of it. Second part, how we can utilize digitalization in construction. And in construction also, we are not only limited to the BIM part, modeling and everything, you know. We are now, as an asset management, Mr. Sirohi told that. I'll take further on that. What is asset management and data management? When I'm constructing different things at site, there is a lot of data is being generated, you know. And how that data can help me in increasing the productivity of my company in different departments of construction. That also I will showcase, where we are utilizing AI, we are utilizing VR, we are utilizing different in-house digitalization boards, where we are utilizing all those things, and we are taking a important data with us, and we are then keep on analyzing those data coming from all these techniques, and we are implementing in improvising the construction cycles, in improvising the construction functions and all. So I think I am making sense to all of you, right? Can I hear from you? Yes? A thumbs up? Okay, thank you very much. So, okay. Digitalization in construction industry, I will start from planning, designing, and then construction, and my more focus will be on construction. So when we are talking about any project, then there is a planning, monitoring, engineering, and construction management part. You know all of this. Okay. Then when we are talking about the planning and monitoring part, there is we are utilizing various tools. We are utilizing Primavera, we are utilizing PM tool, BIM 4D, we are utilizing live tracking. What is actually Primavera? Primavera is just for construction planning for the project. We are utilizing Primavera. And then when we are talking about the project management tools, we are utilizing this project monitoring tools that is called PM tools, which is giving us real-time progress analysis. We are able to track live status of the project, and we are able to actually get the variance analysis between planned and actual status of project at any point in time. Okay. Then we are utilizing 4D BIM technology to check the progress of the project at any point in time. I will show a video of also in end of my just a brief talk to you, so that you can understand what is 4D, you know. Then we are utilizing, I am taking all these examples with the permission of my management, which are very kind enough, that if we are sharing the things with our students, they should know how we are there in construction now, and how we are competing with companies who are overseas, who are working, and I'm proud to say to you that being in L&T, being in #1 in Asia, we are taking leverage of all current technologies available in the market. So we are utilizing live monitoring, CCTV and everything over there for security reasons. And then quickly, I'll go to the engineering part. We are utilizing common data environment. Very quickly, I'll tell you what is common data environment. In a project like airport, we have multiple stakeholders, multiple consultants who are working in overseas also. Sitting in Singapore, my architect is designing. different aspects of the airport project. You know, airports are the gateway of country. Any country, whosoever is come to India, first he will come to airport. He or she will come to airport. So it is very important. And airport is intelligent building. Why it is intelligent building? Because so many services are integrated into it. Whether it is public addressing system, whether it is fire, whether it is electrical, whether it is HVAC, whether it is PHE, whether it is alarm system, everything has to be integrated and function in cohesion with each other so well that there should be no failure of any service at any point in time in airport, you know. So these are called intelligent buildings. So our consultants are sitting in different places, but I am sitting in Delhi, and my design is here in Delhi, and my consultants are in different cities and different countries. So what we are utilizing so that they can access the drawings in one platform, that is common data environment. I think I'm not taking much time, madam. I'll just take 5 minutes more. Yeah. So common data environment we are utilizing where the drawings they can access across server, and they can design on the conceptual drawings sitting in various places, you know. Okay. So we are utilizing AR, VR also, and everything we are utilizing. Then we are in airport, what we use, beam with LiDAR point cloud system technology we use. Actually in Delhi airport, we were having unique challenge to combine existing airport to the new airport. So for that, what happened? In existing airport, nobody gave us as-built drawing. Nothing was there with us. And this is the existing airport. Madam, you have to connect the existing services also to the new building. How? I don't have any drawing. So we utilize this LiDAR point cloud system. Madam, you have to call me another time for lessons. Because I'm thrilled to give all this knowledge to these young ladies. And
then we can have a
yes. Then we are utilizing BIM VR design review techniques also for the project. And then construction is also digitalized. We are using various mobile apps where the safety app, quality app, my safety training to the workmen, and everything is happening digitally into the site. And if you can see, this is the typical dashboard of quality management system where I can see how many observations, how many NCR, how many inspection reports, how many concrete is there done at site. All this is happening digitally. The engineers are recording all this data digitally. Okay. And there is workman induction also is happening digitally through Visa. These all are in-house developed apps. And then for survey also, we are utilizing various high quality survey equipments available. And then sir was talking about IoT. We are utilizing IoT in asset insight. We have named this for our plant and machineries. Every site functions first is important plant and machinery. So all plant and machineries are now connected with our IoT interfaces, which we have named asset insight. And then all batching plants are also connected digitally, and all this important useful data we are getting, where how much time batching plant is functioning, whether batching plant is productive or not to us, or all sort of data is being generated. Payment is also happening digitally. And then there is a very important tool, digital store. Our stores are also digital. In every project, construction project, material takes leverage of 70 to 80% of total execution. Any point in time, material should not be less, whether it is small tool or whether it is a big facade glasses or what. So digital stores has digitalized the systems of store also, you know. And then we are utilizing ProCube technique, which is also a mobile app, to take the project progress also everyday monitoring happening through mobile apps. And then BIM CD implementation has also happened across site. Engineers, they can actually go at site itself, they can see their models and everything, and they can execute in a much more effective manner. Then I'll just very quickly, I'll just run through this BIM 4D progress review, how it happens. This is a 4D model of a building where we can see red, yellow, and green. What's red, yellow, and green? Red is the delayed part of the building. Yellow is under progress and green is happening. So this way project progress when happening, it is giving us the elements right here in front of us, which are delayed, where we have to change our systems, where we have to change our planning. Part of the building.
मैम थोड़ा
I
सा
say this is the even arrived airport, which is commissioned 2 years back. Now it is functioning even at my all these are the basic.
excuse me ma'am.
Yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much.
My sincere apologies for, interrupting you. It was such a interesting thing, but I think the time is really short. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. No.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the interesting session. Now, among us, we have with us Mr. Rajdeep Chaudhary, who has been experienced of 25 years in the management in building, material, and prefab construction industry. He has well developed the techno-commercial skill in use of green building and sustainable technologies, including fly ash utilization, autoclaved aerated concrete, rapid wall, GFRG prefab building system, etc. He is presently handling multiple business functions in Buildtech Building Elements Limited. He is well connected with the stakeholders in construction industry, including government, institutions, corporates, real estate, and building material sector. He presents regular technical paper and keynote lecture on various subjects in his expertise in national level seminars events. He is also well expertise in evaluating and developing marketing strategy, plan towards brand awareness and positioning. He has strong business and analytic ability. He is a self-motivated and results-driven professional with good analytical ability backed by the technical knowledge and has a good interpersonal skills, collaborative team player, and strong ability to lead and motivate the team. Please put a big round of applause to Mr. Rajdeep Chaudhary.
Oh, it's quite a heavy dose to start with. So many things have talked. Anyways, good morning once again. Happy Engineers Day to everybody. Oh, it's great to be here because I think 7 or 8 years back, I've been to this institute. And as you have heard just now, I'm from building material segment. We have seen good days, bad days, and then now the happenings, a lot of innovation things are happening all around. And so I'd like to quickly take you through, the experience what we had, like we talk about digitizations, the next generations, and all AI, VR, everything. But it was very tough day. I can say when I've started, 26 years, I'm in the single domain. That is, yes, okay, we can done. So I've been doing the same industry, the company I represent, Buildtech. We were the pioneer in converting fly ash. Because now, fly ash is a very common subject. Government has taken in all these national building codes and different form utilization is happening. So there was a time because there is no taker. The technology was that we got the technology of converting fly ash into meaningful building material. That is AAC, autoclave aerated concrete. NTPC were the first, the guy who have started, and they are the main power generator in country then. To have the technology in Europe, no taker, all think tanks sitting in this part of country, Delhi, all politburos, decision makers, technocrat. But the first question was, show us the technology, show us a building where this material is being used. We can't take everybody, to Europe and so a kind of a thing. But, over a period of time, things has changed a lot. Because from government also, there's a lot of push. And if you can, I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, in 2019, Mr. Modi, it was his, initiative, Global Housing Technology Contest was done. So the main fillip was given to going for alternate technology, alternate material, and parallelly, Ministry of Housing and Poverty Alleviations, there is one wing, Building Material and Trade Promotion Council, BMTPC, also doing a lot of job and encouraging those innovative building material uses. So after that GSTC, there are 54 technologies being identified. And now ministry, there's a task given to them through BMTPC and respective state governments. They have identified 6 technology, prefab technology. So when you talk of next generation utilization of technology and in civil engineering field particularly, this is going to be, it's a lot of change in the next 4 or 5 years. And this 6 technology, we're calling it a lighthouse project. And at the same time, I'm also part of this BIS, this prefab committee. We're also carrying out a lot of changes in the NBC, National Building Code, because during the discussions, we'll definitely show you where is the road blocks, because you have a technology, you have a market for this, you have a technology, you have a Bureau of Indian Standard code for that. Otherwise, it's very contradictory. If you try to do any technology you adopt, maybe, because what we are talking of software side is a planning side of it. Like we're talking of the AR, VIR, BIM, this is all planning, this is required. But again, the product manufacture material, this is also equally important. Like 3D, we do not have code here. Like we're talking of modular construction, only few material that's got their code. So we're expecting by next year, we'll be having this codes ready, where there is special codes being, so that all this new technology, new material will come under that code. So having said so, a lot of things are happening. And for you guys, yeah, it's a great things, because when you started, I'm also civil engineer, but when you started, it was very limited scope we had. My parents used to say either you go to UPSC, you go to that level, or you have to try government level, government jobs. A very limited facility, but you look at here now. If someone is, many of my friends, they have switched to software, but now, this thanks to technology and what is happening in the environment around us. You have got they can be a planning side, you can be in the software side, you can do in the designing side, you could be at the side. They're fantastic. There are hundreds of building materials are coming, what is there already in Europe. So you've got a, huge opportunity to do as a business development. So great opportunity ahead, good time, stay focused. And, there are a lot of things that are happening and grasp. And so based on your own appetite and kind of things, adopt it. You're going to have a fantastic time ahead. Thanks. I don't take much of time. I'll go over to Chairman.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we have with us Amit Kumar Das. He is founder and proprietor of the Dipanjali Sanitation PH and Firefighting Engineers. Amit Das is a chartered engineer in India with a comprehensive knowledge in the civil engineering industry. He has also completed his Master of Business focused in construction project management. He, along with his team of qualified engineers, has managed to attract some of prestigious projects across in India such a short time. Being from the industry, he is using the best of his knowledge and is currently leading the team at the Dipanjali Sanitation to deliver his projects with the best plumbing and firefighting services across. Please put a big round of applause to Mr. Amit Kumar Das, and he is alumnus of Civil Engineering Department, at Amit University.
Good morning, everyone. So it's good to be back and talking about the rapidly evolving construction industry in India. So we have been talking a lot about the emerging technologies and what all softwares and what all construction management tools are there that we have been using for rapidly growing construction projects, be it real estate, be it infrastructure, or be it any of the field that you're related to. So many of you will be joining the industry really soon, and be it directly related to civil engineering or indirectly related, it will be a great experience for you to be there and be a part of it and contribute your best to the industry. So I am directly related to this field, and I am on the execution side of the field. So I take up MEP contracts for different buildings, be it commercial buildings or residential and different real estate building. So taking up the services, it is known to be one of the, it is known to be the nervous system of the building, if we can say. So considering the latest technology and trends that are there, we can have a look at different technologies that we are using nowadays to improve the work as per the site, as well as the design stage of the project. While designing, we have different architects and consultants who are working on the project, as we heard from Anand sir, that BIM is being used in the modeling stage of the project. But taking it further ahead, the construction phase of the project is really important and it plays a vital role in the cost and the timeline impact of the project. And taking into consideration, we can really use the technology that is coming up and the skill set that are coming up nowadays to reduce the cost overrun and time overrun in the total life cycle of the project. So, taking into consideration, we also have the construction phase, the facility management phase, the asset management, as we heard from ma'am. So, all of these phases need to be adhered to if we are talking about the digitization of this industry and taking it, having in mind the competencies that we are, we are receiving from the universities like these. So it is good to you take these skill sets and play a vital role in the industry, because many of the things in the industry are passed on are in the past times used to be based on experiences and manual methods, and because they did not have the availability, they did not have the skill sets, they did not have the competencies. So now, since we have all of those and we try to make better use of that, and once we join the industry, once we join the construction industry, be it the execution, the design, the management, asset management, real estate sector, any of the sectors that you wish to join, directly deals with the digitization of the space. And speaking about my industry itself, because I have been executing the service building services for the real estate sector. So it also has played a major role, because earlier we used to have materials which were not that of the quality of that we really need nowadays to reduce the carbon footprint. So nowadays we have the piping system which have the low carbon footprint, and they have that attributed to them. So also we have that in the design stage as well. When we design the systems earlier, there used to be manual means of operating the systems. Nowadays we have building management systems that we are using, that that can help you effectively manage your service systems in a residential building, be it a residential building or be it a commercial building. So building management systems helps you to effectively operate the building operations and services. So these are some of the technologies that we have been using. Also, in the construction phase, we have been using different technologies for the leveling that the levels that we can get for the laying out of the services, or be it the clashing system that we have been using at sites. So not just the commercial sectors or the government sectors that have been using these technologies for a long time now, but now the private sectors as well are entering into this field, and have been using these softwares and these technologies to take take the projects further higher in terms of the quality that they deliver and in terms of the efficiency that they can cover the project in. So yes, I would say the technology plays a major role, and the technology that is coming up ahead of our time is you have the skill set to take them even further in the industry, and maybe we can reduce the impact of the cost overrun and the time of overrun in the coming years if we talk about the projects in the field as well. And talking about the different phases of the project, we can also have different uh, I would say different systems build up, which you can take on forward to effectively manage the project, starting from the design phase, conceptual phase, to the management phase.
Amit,
So yes,
Amit,
yes, sir.
maybe I'll give you an opportunity because we are running out
No
of
problem, sir.
time.
No
And
problem. I'll not take much of your time. And
no, I'll give you right now the opportunity, right? Because we have to take, whatever one best thing you can talk about. And, the question which is for you, and we can start from you, is, how are the next gen technologies facilitating the global collaboration and remote work in the construction sector? If you can answer that, and I would say 60 seconds.
Definitely, sir. Talking about the global collaborations, we have been associated with some global bodies as well in regards to the material we use as well as the construction practices that we have. Because the material that we earlier used to follow with were not as per the Indian standard. They were as per the Indian standard, but nowadays we have material which are of international standard. So they have the EN rating with them. They are ULFM listed. So the material that we are using nowadays, like earlier, if we talk about plumbing, earlier we used to have those plastic CPVC pipes. Nowadays we are having SS pipes which we are using for the plumbing of buildings, which are low carbon, and they produce lower carbon footprints, as well as they provide the best quality of services that you can have in a building. So talking about the material itself, there have been various changes in the materials, and the bodies which are there globally are accrediting materials, and we have been using those materials as well. So global collaborations is what I would say has been a major and a vital role in evolution of the construction industry. And apart from that, the practices that are there, the construction practices that are there. So the practice that we follow, we have a handbook by which we follow the construction practices. So those are also being reviewed and being issued by the global bodies as well. So we have various certifications with us, like my firm has ISO certifications. So all of these certifications help us out to lay out a guideline by which we can follow the work further, how the practices are to be done, how the safety practices are there, what are the methodology that we have been following at site. So all of these things in a totality help us out to perform better in a project, and maybe we can have some good efficiency in the coming project. And second part was the remote working. So that has also been following us with up regarding the remote working of the project, because we have companies like Desapex, we have Open Space. So these are the companies which are helping us to, for data management. So we have a single point data management system. We have the mobility services, like we have Sahad at camera system, which can, monitor these sites without actually one having to travel to. So yes, that would be it from my side. And if there are any more questions, I'll be happy to.
So a special one for Amit, because he was sitting, there someday, and today, he's giving now a test. Whatever he said, does it make sense? Whatever he said, some big things I also did not understand, but does it make sense? Okay, I was joking. I understood exactly what he said, but to the students, because this session is more for you, not for us. 50-50, that's a good take. That's a good take. Ma'am, from that, because this is very much available now, so maybe you should do a detailed session with him.
Yes.
And you invite Desapex, they are our
Definitely,
partner, right?
definitely. I'll be happy
And
to
let
have
them do even remote.
Definitely.
Let them do remote, all these cameras and all that stuff, because unless you see it, it's difficult to believe.
And that the industry is rapidly getting used to it. So in some of time, you will be joining the industry and using the same technologies as well.
Thank you so much, Amit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
We are almost out of time, but I would like to, so the plan is that we will take maybe 2 minutes each from each one of these, and then I would like some questions from you, right? After, we are done in another 7-8 minutes, right? So taking, she's sitting next to me, and I know, I'm working very closely with LNT, so I know when Kaushik was speaking, he mentioned few things, and she's practicing those things. So, ma'am, where do you see the gap, what he said and what is being practiced here, where people are not able to believe? What challenges do they see? Because, they mentioned BIM as a 3D modeling, whereas construction is not about 3D modeling, right? It's only your detailed project report or whatever, because one aspect of it. So maybe, your 60 seconds.
Yes, I will stick to it. Yes, as you rightly mentioned, there is a lot of gap right now. And it starts from the student level itself. And I am happy that MIT is organizing these kind of expert talks. But apart from these expert talks, now as this gentleman has asked, that detailing about how it is happening. So the detailed sessions also should happen for students, where they can understand what is actual practices are happening in design, in construction, in planning, in every aspect of the projects, number one. Number two, when we are moving to site and when we started digitalization in our site engineers also were having that conservative mindset, that why they have to utilize these technologies. When we demonstrated that this kind of benefits we are reaping from this, it is giving you more productivity, it is giving you more edge, it is giving you materials in time without any follow-ups with your stores and all. So all these kind of ifs and buts were there, and we removed all those constraints step by step. And right now it is since 2016 we started this exercise in L&T, and I'm proudly saying today all sites are digitalized here. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. And I must say that I work very closely with their management, and even at that level, and I am talking some practical situations, still in the industry there is a push from the top. There is no pull, and we know that technology will not be adopted in totality unless people see the benefit themselves. Now we asked this question on the airport project: what time do you go home? And the answers were, terrible. Some people said 10 o'clock in the night. Some people said we sleep here. So in that pressure of delivering on time and cost, people are putting their lives, at risk, their families at risk, I would say, because construction timelines are shrinking. There is a project which has been delivered to Tata Projects where the timeline was 17 months and 1 month has already gone past. You were trying to add something.
I am working since from 7:30 in morning till 9:30 in evening. I'm coming back to home, and it is all 7 days. So there is no ifs and buts. If you are having passion, and if it is technology driven, then your life is easy. And passion is important.
So my next question is to Rajdeep. What are the key challenges and benefits you have encountered yourself in adopting these technologies?
Yeah, I briefly. Yeah, it's indeed challenging, because I said no, because you have the technology in place. First of all, any technology, the hindsight is that if you do not have sufficient volume, we're talking of 3D constructions. Now you don't manufacture all these things like Tivasta or many, the IIT Madras, they're also doing a lot of things. But you have the technology, you do not have the market. So who will, how it cannot be, it has to be, in masses, like all mass housing today, L&T is doing, British construction doing last 20 years, 30 years. If you do not have the sufficient number, then if you put the modular construction, volumetric construction, all these things, everything go for a toss. So that's the big challenge to create an enabling atmosphere. Who will do it? All the stakeholders. It's not only the entrepreneurs, investors is putting, as the government also has a big role. As I mentioned in my, brief speech, government also formulating a code, because now there is one comfort is there, because you produce something, tomorrow you will move around the commissioners and MCDs and everywhere, that how this get the approval. So this is one point we have found it very relevant. And always like the codal provisions, this is also very, very important. Apart from the technology approval from the government, codal provision need to be, all need to do hand in hand. So that's the only can bring success to the technology. Thank you.
Yeah, scale is very important, because if the scale doesn't come, the cost will be, exorbitant, and it would be difficult to take, because whatever we are doing, with the three things which Madhuri ma'am said in the beginning, improving the profitability, increasing the productivity and sustainability. And all of them are, done together with the adoption of technology.
I just add here, like one such technology, Australian technology, Government of India, they had this is a company RCF, Rastriya Chemical and Fertilizer. They have been producing fertilizers. So the gypsum was there. byproduct hai. So they 100 crore they've invested, they got the technology, but the technology had a natural death because there is no market. So this is one live example.
Thank you so much, Rajdeep. Kaushik, the last question to you, and then probably we'll open the floor. What emerging technologies, or I would not say emerging anymore because they are happening, but technology is something which is always moving. Whatever we did today, whatever we did 2 years back, we are moving ahead of that. Where you see the maximum usage in the next 5 to 10 years?
Thanks for the question, actually. We are discussing many things about the next generation, but I'm just trying to give you some immediate changes, what is going to happen. And for that, actually, the consultant and the contractor are collaborating. And if you note down some of the terms like DFMA, that is called Design for Manufacturing and Assembly. So these are the things actually it's being done in UK. There are a lot of researches going on how we can actually standardize the all construction in the factory, because that factory construction is giving a very, very big benefits in terms of the sustainability, and it's leading to the circular economy. When talking about the sustainability, all know it's minimizing the waste, minimizing the increasing the quality at the factory. So it is going towards the direction which I hinted earlier, that's like the car manufacturing, the use of robotics, the use of AI, the use of the virtual reality. All those is much more possible in the factory environment rather than in a construction under the sky or at situ construction. So those are the changes is happening, and it's being done, and it's being done with the collaboration of both consultant and contractor. And some of the project I can give you some example is one of the 39-story building in London. When they applied this method of DFMA and the modern construction method in factory, that almost cut down 33% of the time scale. And at the same time, some of the big project is going on in UK about high-speed rail 2, HS2. So whole 1 kilometer long viaduct is being actually done in factory. It's a precast, and then it is being assembled at site. So that is the transition we need to do, that from the cast institute to the precast, and then we can apply all the modern method of intelligence and including robotics and all those. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaushik. So while I think he was building specific factories specific, but these technologies, trust me, they are being used on the roads project, the marine projects, all the breakwaters that you see, where precision placement of tetrapods, acropods is required. I mean, technology is at work. NHAI has mandated the use of the machine automation on Lucknow-Kanpur Expressway. That is the first mandate which has come from the government. So it is happening, it will happen. Now I'll not take much time. Shoot a question to any of us. So the rule is stand up, say your name, identify yourself, ask the question, be crisp, and to whom you are asking. Yes. Which meta? Okay, meta. On-site. Okay. So first of all, digital twin, the definition or the practical thing is, and if the question is to me and others can chip in, digital twin is the digital replica of a physical infrastructure, a physical asset. Understood? So it is always a living thing, because whatever you would do, example, I'm giving example now of this room. Where are my pipes going? Where are my firefighting, pipes going? Where are my ducts going? What was, when it was constructed, what was my, how my bars were positioned and all that. So I said digital to physical, everybody does. Physical to digital, it's a question to now MET, that do you have a digital model of your physical asset? That's digital twin. And it is happening on lot of areas, and government of India is also trying to leapfrog into that, where they are it's happening a lot on water. You have seen those smart cities where the central control room is there and where water is leaking, where, the crew has to go. It is all happening. Now, that was my not so short, but some answer to you on digital twin. Did I answer? Did I? Okay, you had a question.
Sir, my name is Karthik Kumar and I am from the mechanical engineering. Sir, I have a question to all of you. Like that, what is the problem India is going on? Because we don't have any skyscrapers like the Burj Khalifa one, and even the many of the projects in India get delayed, very delayed. And you said about that $1.5 billion is going to invest in the infrastructure project. But what do you see in the reality? Like tenders are getting the below 40-50%. The quality is very bad. So this is the actual reality. And then how to tackle this problem? Why is it happening now?
Anyone?
Yeah. Sir, your question, yes, a lot of things are happening. As I said, standardization is very important so that you can delay, you can avoid wastage, reduction, quality, and manufacturing like 3D or volumetric things. So a lot of things are happening, parallelly, because you will find very soon so many structures. It's coming, not Burj Khalifa. Burj Khalifa has, we can scale beyond that also. So that things are happening, all precast, prefab things. People are gaining confidence also. I'm sure very soon you will see it. Thank you.
I think to answer your question, I think the collaboration is the key. All the contractors, consultants should collaborate, and they should actually ensure that the quality, the quote, the whatever they are putting the cost for the tendering, that should not be below. That's I understand your point, but I believe it's the collaboration with different contractor and consultant is the key. Okay.
You have brought a very good topic, Gati Shakti. Now, many people don't know what is Gati Shakti, right? I would still say, arrange a session on Gati Shakti in your campus. Call the people from there, or if not, anyone who knows about it, because Gati Shakti is all about collaboration. It's all about clearing those, and one area is L1 criteria in India. That is definitely there. QCBS we are pushing, but there are different reasons why it is not happening. Now, anyone else? सारे क्वेश्चन सामने से क्यों आ रहे हैं, पीछे से क्यों नहीं आ रहा? या आपको प्लांट किया आगे क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए? Okay, no,
Please raise your questions from the back side.
can we have a mic to?
Actually, some.
So I have two hands raised. Maybe you can speak. You can say your question here
Come, please. Please come.
quickly, because we are okay.
Please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And that starts from the procurement method. Okay. In India, what we do is we are focusing on who is the L1 in the bidding. That is called the financially. But in UK, the majority of the numbering system in the tendering to win a project, also in the technical evaluation. So once the contractor or consultant is technically evaluated that, okay, he is good, then only they will open the financial bid. So that sort of changes is required here. I think that should be done from the government level, all the collaboration with the government and the contractors. And quality-wise, definitely in UK, all the things is going towards 3D. I mean, now we are talking here, but UK has already implemented. So when they are going to a highway construction, they're going with the tab and they are actually doing the survey using the tab. So all the 3D model and your 5D, they are going up to 5D level of beam. Means it's not only the 3D modeling, the cost is extracted from the beam, the cost of the materials, and then the time scale. So they are going in advance in that. So that's mainly the approach. And what the other thing, I think just one very, I think, important thing, they put maximum time in the preliminary design and the feasibility study. And once everything is done, then they start the detailed design. Here I have seen, I worked here also for long 20 years, then I am now in the UK projects. So difference is that we put little time in the planning and then we start the detailed design and then we go for the reworking and again changes. So I think we should do more on the planning part. Once the design basis, everything is settled down, everything is agreed and finalized, then only we go for the detailed design. That will save a lot more of time. Yeah.
Yes,
So-
now we have next question from Swardip.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know how much time, but maybe the last question.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone and sir. And firstly, I would like to thank all of you for giving your time for us. And so I'm from civil second year and I have a question for you. You told the definition, my friend told you the definition of BIM. You said it was partially incorrect and correct as well. So from your understanding, what does BIM mean? So what have you understood from
So
BIM?
I'm at the spot.
Yes, sir.
So B is creation, verb, not building. I is information, data. M is management. So that's the word itself. Now, BIM is from concept to the operations and maintenance, the whole workflow where the information is in the center. She spoke about CDE, common data environment. So common data environment is your holder of the information on the cloud or on a computing environment, or if you have a large computer in your campus, right? It would hold that data. And let me take example of maybe a new tower which is coming in MIT campus. So right from concept, feasibility, cost. So that's the conceptual. Then comes your DPR. Somebody would do a architectural and the detail engineering model. Then you would bid it out for a contractor to come and build it, construct it. And when he's doing the construction, he's using the BIM 3D model that you thought is BIM. He would be doing the construction based on that, what size of bar and all that. And he would be actually doing the whole construction in 3D. And as well capturing the as-built environment information and fusing it with the original information which is there. And when the contractor will hand it over to the MIT management, they would have everything, where my pipes are going, where my electrical cables are going. And I would say after 50 years, 60 years, when that asset will live its life cycle, or you would do the expansion, that information would also be very meaningful in the recycling of that. So that's the definition of BIM. Some people call it construction information management, CIM, BIM. And again, one important point, which I will put a connector from this session to the next session, is that forget about the trades now. Today, in a factory environment, 60% of the factory is manufactured. It's not constructed, it's assembled, right? And I'm talking some of the factories which are coming to India from US clients, where they're saying construct in 17 months. Earlier, the factories were constructed in 60 months, 40 months. Now, if you have to compress this, a lot of these things would be fabricated offsite and would be assembled here. With that, I'll take a pause. I hope I was able to answer your question. Very relevant question, because, and I did not pick on your colleague. I just wanted to understand what is the understanding of BIM here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your experience answers. In reality, I must say your presence has elevated the stature of this conference. Thank you so much, sir. And I think in true meaning today, you all have understood the meaning of engineers and hard work. They have shown you, they have presented their hard work and the future for you also. Now, I request for vote of thanks to Dr. R.K. Tomar, Professor and Head Civil Engineering Department, to extend the vote of thanks to our distinguished guest.
A very good morning to one and all. I on the behalf of Department of Civil Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to our distinguished industry leaders for their gracious presence in the session, with their invaluable insight during the enlightening sessions on next-gen technologies, future of the construction industry. It was an extremely informative session with a 360-degree coverage on the futuristic technologies in the construction industry, I am sure the information shared by the industry experts today will provide better directions to your career goals and area to upgrade your skills as per industry demands. We are very thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am for providing this opportunity to us for working on important aspects of bridging industry academia gaps by such sessions on relevant and latest technologies. Our thanks to Director Sir Manoj Kumar Pandey Sir for his continuous support and guidance. Special thanks to moderator Dr. Madhuri Kumari and faculty coordinators of the sessions for helping in making this event a grand success. I would also like to acknowledge the dedication of my faculty members, energy of CRC team, and student volunteers, without whose support we could not have conducted this event successfully. Last but not the least, we are thankful to all the student participants for attending the session. I am confident that each one of you had a great takeaway from this session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to proceed for the next presentation of mementos. Now, I request Dr. Madhuri Kumari, CRC head, for the to present token of appreciation and gratitude towards the guests. I request Dr. R.K. Thomas to join us. First, I would like to call Mr. Anand Shirohi, Director, Trimble, Delhi, India, for session the chair. So, chairing the session. Please put a big round of applause. Now I request the next guest, Mr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay, to receive the token of appreciation. Please put a big round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, next, I would like to request the guest, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary, business head from Buildtech Building Elements, to receive the appreciation of token.
Thank you so much.
Please put huge round of applause. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Anamika Kadambizian, Civil L&T ECC Division, for the token of appreciation. Please put big round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to call our next guest and our alumnus, Mr. Amit Das, Head of Project A. Kumar and Associates, for the token of appreciation.
I request you all to join with Amit.
Yes, I request all the guilty member, HOD, and guests, please to join the stage. I request Basan Singh Sikarwal sir to please be on stage joining us. I request faculty members to be on stage to joining for the session, please.
We can be on the stage. Let's have all of us here. And yeah, please join us for a photograph together. Please come. Let's have a photograph together before we begin. Please come and join us for a photograph together. But now, everything is at one. Can we have an announcement for students? They're beginning as per the schedule.
Courteous greeting and a very good morning to respected guest, Director ACID, HOD of Department Mechanical, respected faculties, teaching fraternities, and all the attending students joining us today. I, Soni Setia, with my colleague Stuti Sharma, student from Department of Mechanical Engineering, are your host for this event. We welcome you to the track 4 organized by Department of Mechanical Engineering ACID of the 5th edition of International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICEIL 2023.
The title of this track is Application of Disruptive Techniques in Digital Manufacturing, which is organized by Department of Mechanical Engineering, ACID, Amity University. The conference intends to focus on comprehensive research on global targets and endeavors to address some of the society's greatest challenges while progressing towards Industry 5.0. The Sustainable Development Goals are multidisciplinary in nature and bring together researchers and industry professionals working across different fields to contribute towards a common goal.
The conference shall provide an exciting opportunity to startups and stand-ups to exhibit their new technologies, new products, and/or services in the expo. Further, potential entrepreneurship aspirants shall be able to compete and get financial and technical guidance, as well as support through special sessions by experts during the conference.
I would like to invite Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar, HOD Sir, and Professor Dr. Shamal Saman Sir on the stage to present Tulsi saplings to our eminent guests. I would like to request Mr. Gautam Datta to please come up on the stage. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Rakesh Sinha to please come up on the stage.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to request Mr. Vyomkesh Mishra to please come up on the stage. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to request Mr. Suman Nayak to please come up on the stage.
Can we have a round of applause? Thank you, sir.
Now I'd like to request Mr. Rakesh Sidana to please come on the stage. A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sikarwar is postdoctorate from Iowa State University, USA, PhD from IIT Kanpur, and Masters from IIT Roorkee, India. He is a great researcher, innovator, and academician with the credit of heading several government and industry projects and serving on multiple government panels and editorial boards. Now, without any further ado, I cordially invite Dr. Basant Singh Sikarwar to kindly highlight the theme of the event, ICEIL 2023.
Thank you very much, Sony and Institute, for giving a nice introduction. A very good morning to all of you. Not afternoon to all of you. Student, please, very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So today, industry professionals, they are coming from the various background. Mr. Gautam Datta, he is coming from the Siemens. Mr. Rakesh Sinha, he is coming from the Quint Global Private Limited. Mr. Byom Kush Misra, he is coming from the Soft Cell Technology Limited. Mr. Suman Naik, he is coming from the Nippon Audiotronics Private Limited. Mr. Rakesh Sidana, he is coming from the George Software Private Limited. So warm welcome to all guests today for this event. Actually, every year we have to be organized the conference which focus on entrepreneurship, innovation and leadership. This is the 5th edition. The thematic area of today discussion is application of disruptive techniques in digital manufacturing. Nowadays, you have to be listen this word very common. Disruptive techniques, digital manufacturing. Because our Indian government control the economy, not our country, but also all over the world. And manufacturing sector is one of the important sector, so that we can take over from the China's and other developed countries. Here, you students have to be see about what is the digital manufacturing. Very fancy word. Like, if you think about what is the digital manufacturing, I am simply say that manufacturing that is centered around the computer systems. Nowadays, you learn so many disruptive techniques like smart device, you using the phone, this is coming a smart device, additive manufacturing, simulation. Sometimes this fancy word most of you learn, do the simulation, carry out the simulation, cloud computing, automation, robotics, AI, machine learning, augmented reality, and CIM, computer integrated manufacturing. So many fancy words you have to learn it. Really, these words are not fancy words. This technology is really helpful for us in many aspects. So, what is the role of this disruptive technique in a manufacturing? How can we use these technologies, these disruptive technologies in a manufacturing, especially for a digital way, digital manufacturing way? So these techniques fundamentally change the product are changed, produced, designed, and distributed. So that we have to be increase the traditional manufacturing process, lead to significant improvement in efficiency, cost effective, and product quality. So using these techniques, you have to improve the quality of the product, effectiveness, efficiency of the system, as well as reduce the cost of the product. So that we have to be fight in a market. So like you have to be listening about the some additive manufacturing, digital twin technologies, you also internet things and industrial IoTs, artificial intelligence and machine learning. Like AI and machine learning, you have to see that there is so many algorithm. This algorithm be developed on based on the data set to optimize the production process, quality control, as well as the demanding of forecast. Nowadays, you know that AI anchor in many televisions news you can see. So this is based on the data set information. They develop the algorithm on based on the algorithm. They predict the many things before making the systems. But other side, you have to think about why this technique, disruptive technique is so important, so useful. Why we are not using it? What is the issues? And what is the problem with this? Clear? So think in this aspect. There is so many issues using the disruptive technique in a digital manufacturing. For example, lack of digital awareness, lack of skilled manpower, lack of digital connectivities. Many issues like resistance changes, etc. These are the issues. That's why we are here. There is so many industries professionals here. And industries professional and academician, like a professor, scientist, they have to be collectively work together to resolve these issues, to apply the disruptive techniques in digital manufacturing. So this is the whole agenda of today's event. We will discuss more detail. Definitely, you know that well-renowned industries professional in front of you, and they will discuss more explicitly about the applications of innovative or disruptive techniques or technologies in digital manufacturing. They all people have a very vast experience in industries. I also request all of them to share their idea, thought to grow up. So definitely they also share, because you know that some are, they have own industries, some are very highly posted in industries. So definitely they grow up from the scratch to now this stage. So definitely they will share their thought also. I just brief about our university to today guest. So Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, one of the leading private universities in India. We have the 31 NIF ranking. We have more than 2,000 patents. Out of them, 200 patents is already granted. We have 31 technology transferred to various industries. Our respected founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, always has a vision to make our country's knowledge superpower. And that's why he started many industries, not in India, also in abroad. Like we have many campuses in abroad, like we have a campus in US, Tashkent, Dubai, etc. His vision is always to be our student in a next level. They want to be a student has to be on startup, on industries. That's why we people are organizing this conference every year, where our students are motivated. And they also be know about the role of the engineers in society, as well as developing the country. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you coming here. And thank you all the guests. Welcome to here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, we would like to introduce our eminent guest present among us. Mr. Gautam Datta, independent consultant, has nearly 40 years of experience in engineering, IT, and PLM industries and has held leadership roles in organizations like PTC, IBM, TCS, and many more. His special area of interest and recent engagements have been in the field of Industry 4.0 and digital transformation of India's manufacturing ecology. Recently, he completed his PhD in the field of Industry 4.0 and digital transformation of SMEs. He is an alumnus from Delhi College of Engineering and IIT Madras.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Now I'd like to introduce our guest, Mr. Rakesh Sinha. Mr. Rakesh Sinha is founder and chief executive officer of Quintus Global Private Limited. He is a seasoned professional with an entrepreneurial experience of over 2 decades in advisory and management consulting, business services, business process transformation, and technology space. He is an IT graduate and acquired business management skills from IIM Calcutta. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir.
I would like to introduce Mr. Vyomkesh Mishra. He is currently employed as Senior Vice President, SoftCell Technology Global Private Limited. He brings in 30+ years of highly diversified and rich commercial work experience of working with Indian Navy, Dassault System, PLM, setting up European captive centers in India, and working experience of engineering consulting firms like Design Tech System, Prolim Corporation, and many more. Thank you, sir, for your presence.
Now I'd like to introduce our guest, Mr. Suman Nayak, Chief General Manager, Nippon Audiotronics Private Limited. Mr. Suman Nayak has 16 years of experience in business management, business development, marketing and sales, product planning, greenfield field project management in various industries like automotive space, electronics, industrial, polymers and chemicals, automotive leather, technical, textiles, footwear, etc. Thank you so much for your presence here, sir.
I would like to introduce Mr. Rakesh Sidana, an entrepreneur, mentor, and author. He is the founder of Garage Software, a DPIIT recognized innovative startup. It is a B2B venture to empower small multi-brand garages and repair center. And he is supporting the digitalization of garages and empowering mechanics with technologies. He is also the founder of Car, which is India's first aggregator digital platform for 5,000 car garages in India that was launched in 2008. Thank you, sir, for your presence.
Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikawar, HOD, Mechanical Department, to kindly proceed with the event.
Thank you very much. So today, as you know that panel discussion on the applications of disruptive technique in digital manufacturing. I request to Mr. Gautam Datta, please proceed as a session chair for this evening. So yes, you maybe use the mic or maybe. Okay. Okay. So I request to Professor Gautam Datta, please session this chair, and there is a first 10 to 10 minutes discussion. Then we have to be question answering by student. Thank you very much.
So is it okay if I take 5 minutes?
Thank you. I took permission to just set up the conversation, but before that, how many of you know whose birthday is it today? Today is the Engineer's Day, so I'm very proud to stand here. And by the way, whoever introduced me forgot that I'm also an alumnus of Amity University. I did my PhD here, and that was just a week ago. So thank you very much. So what I would do is that I would introduce the subject of digital manufacturing and initiate the discussions. I need to reduce this. Yeah, okay. Okay. So can I get some help? I need to first open, right?
Yeah, you have to first open and then share this too.
Okay. Zoom. Reduce it.
Just share this.
Can you open the my PPT and share?
Here's the
PPT है. नहीं. छोटी screen निकाल. Base screen. Thank you. So, whatever we are discussing today, and I'm sure all the panelists would agree that it is about business. And it is something that we have observed over last 30, 40 years of evolution of engineering in our country, that manufacturing always comes at the end. We always believe that manufacturing happens only at the end, just before it needs to be supplied. Something needs to be supplied to the customers. But increasingly, we have realized that whatever we design or whatever we perceive to design eventually needs to be manufactured so that it is delivered to our customers on time at cost within the specifications that were intended. Now, I'll tell you a quick story and then we can start. The story is about 3 years ago, we were having similar session around the auto show, and a person asked a question to the CEO of one of the Indian automotive companies, Indian global automotive companies. And the question was, if there are 3 things that you expect the Indian suppliers to fulfill for you, what would they be from manufacturing point of view? He said, first, deliver on time. 2, deliver within cost. And 3, deliver as per our specifications. Now, these sounds like very simple 3 things, but let me tell you, he also said that 98% of the CEOs of my suppliers come and ask for deviation on these 3 points continuously, because I never get stuff on time. I never get stuff within cost and as per specifications. They always are asking for deviation. Why does it happen? And how do we reduce these kind of reworks and cost escalations is the crux of digital manufacturing. So it is everything to do with business. 2 more things got added over COVID days. One was resilience and second was agility. And somebody did mention while introducing this topic that we are moving from industry 4.0 to 5.0. And 5.0 is about sustainability, resilience, and human-centric technology. Most of the industry 4.0 discussion is around technology. So perhaps our today's discussion would be somewhere between industry 4.0 and 5.0. I can guess, because that's what we would be busy thinking about: sustainability, supply chain, electrification, and complexity. Most of the products are being complex. Why are we talking about digitalization of manufacturing today? Why wasn't it a subject 10 years ago? The reason is very simple, and reason are all of us. We are asking for our products suitable for us. That means we are talking about mass personalized products. Look at your phone, look at what you wear, look at your specs, look at your car, whatever music system or whatever you use at home. Somebody wants a refrigerator with the fruit basket at the bottom. Somebody wants it at the top. Somebody wants it at the side. All these things demand what we call is mass personalization. What it means is it's making a product more and more complex. Look at your phone. Each of the phones are different and each of the phone is complex. And when you're talking about multidisciplinary product like this, it is not just a mechanical engineer's product or an electrical engineer's product or electronics or software. It is a combination of all of them, right? And when you have a complex product like this, we need to have a organized way of manufacturing them after you have designed it. Firstly, you have to design it and then you have to manufacture it within time, within cost, and within the specs that you have committed. So this is what digital manufacturing helps us. It helps us plan, simulate, operate, and sustain complex systems that produce innovative products. Why do you think innovation happens? Ask yourself. Innovation doesn't happen out of coincidence. A company like Apple doesn't continue, or Sony or Dyson doesn't continue to make products because it is coincidental or because they pay, or even Google or doesn't matter whether it's a software company or a machinery company. They are innovative because they follow a certain process. The process, we call it, if we break it down, is the process of experimentation, process of experimenting with alternatives. At an average, Toyota experiments with 20,000 designs per domain to decide on one. 20,000. That means at an average. That means if they have to have a new wiper or a new dashboard or a new suspension system, they would have that kind of complex experimentation with various alternatives to decide on the best. So you cannot have, okay, let me bring here another perspective to it so that you understand. An autonomous car has 8 billion lines of code. All these systems put together. Do you think we can test 8 billion codes? We can't, because by the time you complete the test, the need of the car would be gone or something else would happen. So it needs to be simulated. Eventually, these experiments have to be run through simulations to make it available to you faster. And that's where digital manufacturing comes in. So one, based on the connected networked world, based on collaboration between people, we have to simulate and take decisions based on data continuously to innovate and come out with our new products and manufacture them on time, within cost, within specifications. All these things combine together to deliver and manufacture products for a variety of verticals. We are not discussing only automotive. We are discussing oil and gas, power, heavy machinery, medical devices, pharmaceutical production. Anything and everything that you see around you, from medicine to the stent that possibly somebody may have in his art, everything is manufactured. The tile, the fan, the lights, the microphone, the laptop, your trousers, whatever you wear, your jewelry, the air conditioning unit, everything is manufactured. Whenever whatever is being manufactured, that means needs processes. These processes are based on how the product would need to be manufactured. That's based on design. And that is based on resources. And that's based on skills that you have. So it's people, machine, and material combined together. We use manufacturing. Now we have a challenge. With all these years of last 150 years of industrialization, we have been consuming material. Very soon, I don't know how many of you have read, phones will run out of virgin material. That is, you will not be able to make any equipment from virgin material of metal, gold, copper, plastic, whatever you may have. We may have to become, we have to reuse them. So that's why carbon neutrality, recyclability, sustainability is the call of the hour. And that's what we would see once we start seeing Industry 5.0 coming to our table. And apart from that, the social sustainability of reskilling of people with aging population being edged out. If the purpose of technology results in social destabilization, then the whole purpose of technology is gone. Correct? So that means if with every introduction of an automation, if 3 jobs are lost, that's not the purpose of technology and engineering. There has to be a way of developing the capability of social sustainability. So that these are the considerations of digital manufacturing, not just simulation and manufacturing. So essentially, if you see, we've developed some kind of a view of what is digital manufacturing. It helps you to plan, simulate, execute, supply chain of the whole thing, connect to produce parts, assembly, check feasibility, build the factory, schedule production, and eventually bring everything together in a form which is reusable, consistent, and can make many products consistently. Manufacturing is not about making one part. Manufacturing is producing consistently some set of parts or components or products which are being demanded by the customer. And that is where the challenge comes. So I wanted to make a point to say it, jugaad is not manufacturing. You can do jugaad at home or on the roadside, but unless it is converted to a process that can be followed consistently, even in your absence, by somebody else, repeatedly, under circumstances that are controlled by you, it is not manufacturing, and therefore it cannot be repeated. Okay? I'm not going to take you through this. Just understand that there is a virtual side of manufacturing where you design and you simulate virtually, and there is a real side of it where you actually manufacture on the shop floor. So the virtual side of it and the real side of it converge in the factory shop floor. You would have heard the words like IT, OT integration, the information technology and operation technology integration. That happens on the shop floor, which is where we do manufacturing. And lots of sciences like digital threads and digital twins are being used so that whatever you design digitally is simulated and checked before you take it to the shop floor for manufacturing, so that you make whatever you're making first time right. And that's part of sustainability for reducing rework and wastage. This is roughly a schematic of how these IT/OT comes together. You have the digital world on top, where there is a digital supply chain, there's a digital twin of product, digital twin of production, digital twin of performance. They define the product, they simulate the product, they validate the product, they validate the process, and the product and process information is passed on to the factory floor, which is where the real world is. So there's a digital world and the real world. Okay? All of you would be contributing here. Some of you would enter the digital world. Some of you will enter the real world on the shop floor, and you would be working together to make new products using digital manufacturing framework. Okay? Again, as I said, these are various examples of how simulation and digital manufacturing works. You have human simulation, you have automatic guided vehicles simulating movement on the shop floor, your factory models to create, because with every new part, new component and new assembly, factories need to change as well. And you have robots working with humans to combine. So you see, point I'm trying to make here, engineering is not just about knowing manufacturing or design. It is also how to write processes, how to write programs for the processes, and how to program a robo, how to program a CNC machine. And probably we are looking at reskilling of people. When you enter industry, there will be many responsibilities that you will be facing. One would be to reskill the older employees and help them become more relevant in the new world. Okay? Just to tell you what are the comprehensive digital manufacturing portfolio consists of. It consists of feasibility, process engineering, additive manufacturing, as Dr. Sikarwar said, part manufacturing when you make a component, process simulation when you validate a process, factory design, automation engineering, which includes PLC programming. You must have heard the programmable logic controller. specification management, electronics, quality, scheduling, manufacturing execution, logistics, IIoT, analytics, and supplier management. All of that combined in a comprehensive portfolio of digital manufacturing. And it combines to create a manufacturing world that we are facing today. What you design, if it cannot be manufactured, it's of no use to us. And what you manufacture, if it is not sustainable and usable by customer, it is of no use. And that's where I would stop. I would now like to have my fellow panelists to start their conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gautam Datta. Give a nice presentation about the digital manufacturing and their use in enhance the productivity. Now I request to Mr. Rakesh Sinha. He's a founder and CEO of the Point Global Private Limited to give the his thought about the application of digital manufacturing. I request to Rakesh Sinha, please. Yeah, you can.
Can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon. Can I have few attentions here, please? Good afternoon. And when I was here, sitting there, I can share a story with you. I went 20 years back in my memory lane. I was a student like you, sitting in a conference room auditorium like this, a student of a first year, second year, having some clue of what is happening, having no clue of what is happening. Half of the things people are talking about is going beyond our head. College is, of course, organizing events like this for right reasons. So how to draw your attention to it? And then in my mind came two words. And I would like to hear from you, if you guys know, what is the difference between incremental and exponential? There are two words, incremental and exponential. Have you heard this word? How many of you heard this word incremental? Incremental सुना तो होगा यार, हाथ तो खड़े कर सकते हैं. Exponential. How many of you heard this word? Exponential. Right. Everybody's at least heard that, right? What is the difference between incremental and exponential? Linear growth and high growth. Very well said. Anybody else? Anybody else? What is the difference between incremental and exponential? Anyone? Take a guess. Rate of growth. Good. Okay. Any other thoughts? Anyone else? Yeah, please go ahead. Very, very nice. Very nice. All right thoughts. Let me ask you another one, and then I will come and connect these 2 points. How many of you heard a term called escape velocity? Arey, kya baat hai? Very nice. So many hands. Very good. So what is escape velocity for a rocket to cross or go to the space? What's escape? Oh, wrong question for the students here. Yeah. Everybody is aware of it. Very nice. Well done. Excellent. So do you think escape velocity is incremental change to the automotives on the road, or is it an exponential change? Right. So on the road, what we drive in Delhi is 60 km per hour, and you're talking about 11.2 per second, which is about 4,000 kilometers per hour. Think about the speed. Is it incremental or exponential? That is exponential. That is exponential. And I think what Dr. And when Dr. Datta is also talking about very clearly here is the trigger for digital manufacturing. Why you need to know about digital manufacturing? We are mechanical engineers, we are civil engineers, we're engineers. We will get the job somewhere, we'll do whatever we need to do. What is this digital manufacturing all about? Everybody is talking about it. What is this digital manufacturing? What is the need for it, the trigger for it? And the trigger is because the environment around us has exponentially changed, not incremental change. So if you have to think, and my idea here for the next 10 minutes to talk, no great words, no fancy words. All you know, AI, ML, digital twins, cloud, etc., etc. You will Google it, you will get it. So allow me to share some of the fundamental words which you should keep in your mind as you grow and become more entrepreneurs. I don't know how many of you know about me. I'm an entrepreneur for 2 decades now. Very early in my career, I became an entrepreneur. These days, everybody talks about being a starter, founder, etc. When I was going out of my colleges to become a starter founder, everybody, including my fellow friends, challenged me by saying, what nonsense here. Take $1 jobs, go to US, settle there, it is better. And just being an entrepreneur here. But what triggered to me was one of the sessions I remember, and I was sharing with Gautam just now. In IIM Joka, Professor Ranjan Das, he's authority on strategy, he asked a question. How many of you really want to become an entrepreneur? And why you want to become an entrepreneur? So trigger was very important. And that's why I see many of you becoming an entrepreneurs tomorrow. Don't let your zeal die. Be an entrepreneur. And if you want to become an entrepreneur, it is not about money. It is about some fire in your belly. And for that, you need to understand this exponential change. And that's why you need to understand digital manufacturing. That's a connect for you. It's about you. If you want to take a rampage in your career growth, you need to understand that. So the world has changed around us. Everything has changed. I think you heard about it just now, the lifestyle, everything. There's a term which I used, is called, it's not sea change. Angrezi mein pehle use karte the sea change. The sea change, right? Now, I have coined a term and I'm using quite often is something called ocean change. It's not sea change. Everything is changing like this. Companies are changing their approach from a bookstore to an Amazon. Media companies, which used to call themselves as a content company, are calling them as a technology company. That is a change. And this is where 2 things becomes very important. First, which no one can take away from India, is manufacturing precision. I think what he talked about, it is not about being frugal or jugaad. It is about manufacturing processes and precision and connecting that with the rampage of technology growth. If you bring a cross of these 2 is what we are talking about, the digital manufacturing. If you keep these 2 separately, you will continue to live in a stone age. The companies which were the blue chip companies in India 40 years ago, 30 years ago, they are non-existent today because they have not rapidly changed or married these 2 together. Their manufacturing precision is excellent today. What they have not changed is to embrace that digital or technology with the same speed. And that is very, very, very critical and important. That's a trigger. And I use a term called elevation of consumerism. Think about us. Everything we want in a fingertip. How many of you think about it in the last 10 days, would have gone to a store to order something versus going to an online store to order something? Maybe 90% time we prefer first to do Google, do online searches, and then figure out what is available in the store, etc. So your approach to everything has changed, and that connects back to how the entire environment has to be changed, and so on and so forth. See, again, going back to give you some interesting terms, I think there are 3 rings of services I wanted to share with you as engineers. When you go back and get your first job and you work and you say, okay, I understand digital manufacturing, what will you do with it? If a company comes to you for a placement and they ask you a question about digital manufacturing, what we like to talk about that? There are 3 things which is very important. I call 3 rings of services. And that is where the digital manufacturing really connects. 3 rings of services. The first ring is called BAB, or Brilliant at Basics. This is where the biggest mistake a lot of companies do on the digital manufacturing or digitization or bringing digital techniques to manufacturing is they start from a periphery. First, look at your Brilliant at Basics. I'm not talking about basics. Let me remind you, it's not basic, it's Brilliant at Basics. Second is operational excellence or functional excellence. How can you generate an operational and functional excellence, which is connecting the upstream, downstream? And I'll talk about that, a bit of it. So Brilliant at Basic is the core. Then you go to the common process, which is operational excellence and functional excellence. And the third circle is called value-added services. So when you drive your digital strategy, and that is where as an engineer, students, if you go to your first job tomorrow and you talk about how to look at the 3 rings of services from a digital point of view, is Brilliant at Basics. That is where the first focus has to be. The operational excellence, that's the next layer, which is the common services. And the third layer is your value-added services. So we have understood why we need to know digital manufacturing, which is the trigger for it. You have understood it is not about industry, it is about you as a leader of tomorrow to connect with this topic. Second is the 3 rings. The third I wanted to talk to you about is, this interesting term which you will hear. Have you heard something called BAU? How many of you heard a term called BAU? How many have heard this acronym called BAU? Sure. Business as usual, right? So BAU stands for business as usual, right? It's called BAU, business as usual. And that is what traditional manufacturing is all about, business as usual. I'm giving you another term, which will be, and these are terms which you can use. And I'm again saying from the perspective how you should embrace some of these terms. So one of the term is, now the world is not about BAU. And you will not see this word on Google. Okay. This is called DAU. Guess what is DAU? BAU is business as usual. What is DAU? Okay. What else? Yeah, DAU. Somebody is raising hand there. Yeah. What do you think is DAU? Go ahead. Dhanda as usual. But that is traditional. Business as usual is traditional manufacturing. We're talking about. So in that context of the topic, how will you say BAU becomes what? Very good. Actually, the word is disruption as usual. You have to be disruptive. Earlier, people used to say disruption ho jayega, business as usual chalna chahiye. Now we are saying it has to be disruption has to become usual, which means that every day, every moment, every minute, you need to think about disruption. And engineers like you have to think about disruptions. Leaders like you have to think about disruption. And that is where the innovation happens. Otherwise, innovation is a nice word. No one can innovate without being disruptive in the mind. So you have to be thinking disruption as usual on a day-to-day basis. And that is where you will find the shift again happening on this manufacturing front. Okay, let me give you another perspective and maybe a couple of things. Just allow me, sorry. I was just hearing, I was making some notes to share with you guys. One interesting one I wanted to share with you is that there's a term called POC, proof of concept. Right? Have you heard of proof of concept? Let me tell you, in the digital space and manufacturing, 90% of the POCs don't see the light of the day. 90% of the POCs don't see the light of the day. You know why? Because of the difference between what we call skill set versus mindset. What you will have is a lot of skill set. What you need to bring a change is the mindset. the mindset to embrace digital and embrace disruption as usual. A lot of areas, this is all digital, is a lot of areas, data analytics, intelligence. Take an example, and I think I'm just taking a little manufacturing away to services. But to take example, if you go and search, I can give you a very funny example. Last night, I was searching something on Carrot Lane for my wife. And since today morning, 20 emails I can see on Carrot Lane in my inbox. That's a behavior which has been understood by a software and is able to push those notifications to me based on my behavior. That is intelligence. That is very important, right? So it is important to keep that behavioral aspects, data aspect, etc. in the mind. There are two dimensions to drive the entire digital shift. There's a technology dimension, and then there is an operational dimension. See, the tech dimensions, there are, again, three kinds of things which is part of it. The conventional technologies, the conventional, like he was talking about OT, the operational technology, which is already available on the shop floor. How many of you have really visited a shop floor, a manufacturing shop floor? Very few hands. It will be helpful to see a manufacturing shop floor. Then you will be able to connect all that, whatever we are talking. Otherwise, you will not be able to connect it. So maybe I'll request the MIT professors to figure out how they can organize a visit for you to a manufacturing shop floor. There you will really see how the machines and the OT and IT really works, right? And that connect will be established. So from a conventional technologies, they are new age technologies, and they are the enabling infrastructure. These are the tech dimensions. And a lot of tech dimensions are available. You talk about whatever it is. I think in the manufacturings are always first movers in terms of getting some of those technological advantages on a manufacturing processes. The second dimension in this entire thing is operational dimensions. So tech dimensions and operational dimensions. Many companies focus on tech dimensions, but very least on operations dimension. Operation dimensions includes people practices. Today, a lot of these manufacturing companies, where they come for hiring from a campus, for instance, one of the hiring requirement is how much digital savvy you are. Maybe a mechanical engineer, you understand all nuts, bolts, gears, whatever it is, that's fine. Do you understand this? So they are hiring entry requirements, they are changing it because they want to embrace digital as they bring the talent inside. And that is very, very critical for you to look at. So the operational dimension of the companies, it starts with the entry of the talent, the hiring talent as the step one. Cultural shift, the second one. The entire organization, which was all about, looking at the grease and the gears and everything. Now they are not looking anything. They're looking at a very nice dashboard, sitting in a cockpit like a pilot and figuring out what's happening, what's the needle movement, etc. It's a huge shift for those people from the culture, monitoring productivity very differently. Right. And last thing I want to bring it up for you is, you may get into a manufacturing opportunities or wherever it is. I can share with you what engineers have done. They have not only transformed manufacturing, core manufacturing processes, but also enabling processes. Enabling areas like finance, HR, IT, procurement. Procurement, of course, a lot of engineers you will find there. A lot of areas. They're all enabling areas, which is upstream and downstream as we talk about. The limitation in many of the advanced digital manufacturing companies, 4.0, 5.0, whatever, and I can see 6.0, 7.0, it will not really become very, very, very progressive till the time they don't take the manufacturing along with the enabling functions together. A lot of tech interventions are happening in the core production areas, but not in the enabling function areas. Still, people are talking about ICEIL. When you talk about digital, we're talking about AR, VR, AI, ML, everything. And you go to the companies, you still find people that are still using as a one important tool called Excel, Microsoft Excel. Where is the transformation? So you have to think of that by saying Excel is not transformation. Enabling areas, how manual work, paper movements, you go to the finance processes, there's still the papers are moving. So where is that digital shift to the company which is happening? I think these are quick thoughts from my side. I know in the interest of the time, I'll pass it back to Professor, and thank you all. It was lovely interacting.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for giving your thoughts about the digital manufacturing and very good example of incremental and exponential. And definitely digital manufacturing is one of the exponential changes in our conventional manufacturing systems. With us, Mr. Byomkus Misra. He's a Senior Vice President, Soft Cell Technology Global Private Limited. I request him to put his thought about this. And because time is limited, so I request to please complete within 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
This needs power, probably battery is low.
Till Mr. Mishra is opening his slide. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. And your inputs gave me a couple of, reminded me of few things. Guys, get ready for this question to be asked by any CEO whom you work for. आप अगर नहीं हैं इस कंपनी में तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? Be ready. This is going to be a question which will be asked to you very frequently, that even if you are not there, so what? So unless there is a difference, so I bring back Mr. Sinha's words of disruption as usual. Many a times CEOs will say, that is business as usual. What difference are we making? So be ready to make that difference and that disruption. Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for reminding us.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? How many of you have finished your lunch and how many yet to go for lunch? This is a finished or yet to go? Good. So guys, stay awake, both the sides. So thank you for the invitation, and as usual, it's always a pleasure to be here. I'm going to repeat what Dr. Gautam Datta did touch base. So because the topic is digital manufacturing, so I'm going to revise it, echo some of the messages, what he shared. I'm going to do it fast because probably there is an squeeze in the time. So enterprise system, I mean, we did discuss about the connected system, collaborative, central database, and what it means to the industries, because ultimately when you join an industry, you know, the owner, the managers, they are looking for some, you know, output. How do you connect? The question is, how do you connect to whatever you are doing to the productivity, efficiency, innovation, what organization bring forth? So probably everyone understands the enterprise systems, the solutions which cuts across the enterprise. Digital thread is how do you connect various departments in each department? So when you look at the data flow, it does flows within and function, across and function, and outside and function. Okay. And trust me on this, there is huge data what needs to build, generate, and process in an industry to put those essence or the you know, the messages in your product, whatever you would be producing. So there is a product engineering cycle, there is a manufacturing cycle, factory operations, services engineering, and field operations. So that's the data what needs to be connected, interwoven across each other, so that the organization does gets the benefit, uses the data in order to put in your products, whatever you are doing. So what we essentially come across this is how graphically it looks like. Your require management piece of it, BOM, the bill of material and configuration management, manufacturing engineering, services, a part of the product, and the down below you can see the design share. So is it the team leaving who are yet to go for lunch? Okay.
Hello, students, please sit down. I request to all of, please sit down. So, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you. So essentially 4 piece of applications or the solutions what we offer is one, of course, is PLM, product lifecycle management. The digital thread is how do you connect the information across an organization. Digital twin, we did discuss my previous, Mr. Sinha and Dr. Gautam has discussed on this, and the digital deployment. It could be on the cloud, various companies offering this. So we are looking at CAD. I think most of you would have worked on one or the different CAD. The PLM is product lifecycle management. SaaS as a service is the new disruptive services. Probably it's it's a bit old in the industry. IIoT and the augmented reality. How many of you have heard the term called augmented reality? Fantastic. I'll show you a small video what it means. Let me play a video.
The future of work is evolving. The new normal is more virtual than ever before, demanding new methods of communication, instruction, and support for frontline workers. Augmented reality, AR, enables a better, faster, and more efficient means of transferring knowledge across the enterprise. PTC's Vuforia AR Enterprise Suite provides solutions for a variety of use cases and industry verticals, empowering frontline workers with the critical information they need to do their jobs, and helping customers embrace the shift to the new virtual ways of working. Vuforia Chalk makes over-the-shoulder remote collaboration and assistance easy, inside and outside of your organization. It combines live video, audio, and the ability for both participants to annotate their shared view. This means experts can provide precise instruction as effectively as if they were on-site. Vuforia Expert Capture makes it easy to capture the tacit domain knowledge of experienced workers to create step-by-step instructions that can be scaled across the enterprise, quickly making the best practice of experts the standard practice for all employees. Vuforia Studio efficiently transforms existing 3D CAD, animated sequences, and IoT data into intuitive and interactive work and training instructions tailored to specific product configurations, boosting employee understanding, safety, and efficiency for complex tasks. Vuforia Engine delivers market-leading computer vision technology, helping developers around the world deliver unique, engaging, and highly memorable mobile experiences for virtually any use case, accelerating sales cycles, driving customer engagement, and differentiating products and brands. Vuforia AR, transforming the way industrial manufacturers empower frontline workers and drive business continuity.
So essentially, there are 3 dimensions to the to everything what we do. One is, of course, the machineries or the product what we work on. The second one is the digital information and the data what you have in the system. The third one is the human interface. How do you make the digital data overlap on your physical machines available to the human? That's another task, is what augmented reality addresses. I've got a couple of slides in what it means to the industries, what kind of efficiency does it bring in terms of operation, data unification, efficiency, and so on and so forth. But I think we are a bit squeezed of time, so I'll finish my presentation here. We can take up some questions or have, I think other panelists would like to share their thoughts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Can I now request Mr. Suman Nayak to give his views? Thank you. And kindly keep time because I think we are running really short.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm still awake because we have some limited time, so I'll try to keep it short. All of us have heard about our economy, right? We are a $3.7 trillion economy. Everybody has heard this? Right? Okay, great.
Excuse me,
So-
can we settle down, please? Because we can't hear ourselves. How can you hear us?
So when we talk about an
Thank you.
economy in any country, that means there'll be consumption. Consumption means buying, right? We will take stuff, which will be a part of a lifestyle, which will be used otherwise in the various level of consumptions, at various levels of consumptions, right? So when we talk about a consumption, these are basically products. So all these products are going to be manufactured. So hence there is a process in which these parts will be made, right? So that's how the manufacturing thing comes in. So anything that we consume has to be manufactured. Now, I will try to keep my next few minutes more focused towards automotive because that's my current domain of practice. In the automobile industry, as already some highlights were shared, the total vehicle will have parts which are made largely from three kinds of materials. One is metals, other is polymers. The third is a little differentiator, which is electronics. So what we are talking about, all the parts categorized into three large blocks, right? One is the metals using the metallic parts. The second category is all the plastics, rubber, tire, all the soft, it's all polymers. And the third category is the electronic parts. So as we move ahead,
Mr. Nayak, just hold on. I think let them, whoever wants to go, I think they should go. Then we can
yeah.
quiet down.
Sure,
I think
sure. This is a good idea.
there's no point. There's too much of noise.
I think some people are more hungry. So around the lunchtime. Okay, so shall we continue?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
So in these three categories, various levels of manufacturing happen. Okay, there are certain manufacturing processes which are more man-intensive. There are certain manufacturing processes which are very much advanced manufacturing techniques are used, like robotics, advanced robotics, right? So in this various level of manufacturing processes, the disruption in manufacturing technique is happening every frequently. Why this is happening? Because of the change in the total environment. So what in today's topic, the key differentiator, what my objective here is right now. So you're all freshers. I think they're first year, second year students. So first very important thing is that you guys as engineers must be curious about the manufacturing processes that touch your lives, of any part that touch your life. It could be a textile, it could be a car, it could be a part. You must try to imagine or search on the net. You must see what is the manufacturing process. But during this manufacturing processes, what is happening? It has its own footprint. When we say the footprint, means a particular part, it will begin right from its raw material, how that raw material is made, how it is creating an impact to the environment, number of people attracting to the manufacturing process, then the value is added. It goes until the final part is prepared. So there's a footprint. So during this whole footprint, there is a lot of connect and impact to the total social system in terms of employability, in terms of technology, in terms of efficiency. As we move ahead in this 21st century, manufacturing processes become more modern. Why? Because number of people available for manufacturing processes have now come down. It's not easy to get people to make parts. That's point number one. Point number two, the kind of accuracy level that is needed, the precision that even Mr. Mishra mentioned, it is very, very high. Point number three, the kind of consumption features that we demand, we use, they demand very, very high accuracy level of manufacturing process. So when I did share about the three categories, largely the metal oriented parts, then there are parts which are polymer plastic based parts. And now that we're talking about electronics. Electronics is a space where the manufacturing level has gone beyond, almost touching 4.0. And now we're talking about 5.0. Why? Because the content used to do such manufacturing, where artificial intelligence, where robotics, advanced robotics are needed, are much ahead. And what is going to happen? Gradually, this is going to mature finer and finer and finer. Just few weeks back, I was there in China with one of my new projects in the electric vehicle. There was a part which is quite sizable electronic part. It was being made in a special setup with not a single person operating. We just can't imagine. It was an eye-opener. Right from every little component to the whole part, which had more than probably 800 components, 100% manless. So that is the kind of disruption it is going to keep on happening. So what is important for you guys as students is to take the first opportunity to learn the various manufacturing processes. I have been very fortunate to be exposed to manufacturing processes right from leather, textiles, polymers, chemicals, electronics, semiconductors, all these processes I've seen myself. So I would encourage you to see and learn as much processes as you can see. It's very, very important. Unless you see, you cannot. The expectation of the industry leaders, which Dr. Datta also mentioned, like, I need these three things: cost, quality, delivery. It sounds very simple, but to achieve them, they call it, the term called as QCD, quality, cost, delivery. Now the new acronym is QCDD, delivery and also development. And now the next acronym is with M, is QCDDM, is management. So the expectation is very, very precise. They're talking of 0 ppm. What is ppm? Anybody knowing what is ppm? Right. So the level of accuracy is, they expect a zero defect in a million parts made. So how do you attain such kind of quality levels? We have to achieve them, right? So that will happen with advanced manufacturing processes. As we move ahead, there'll be more and more improvement, right? So I think there's not much further. I've already overshot the time. So that's all from my side. Anybody has any specific questions, I'll be happy to address. Maybe in the Q&A side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naik. Can I have Mr. Rakesh Sidana now? You want to speak here?
Yeah, hi, everybody. I think just want to make you this session more interesting, right? So I think I will try to make it, as simple as possible, right? I understand all the terminology we have really studied and, accepted and understood, right? So I would start only simple things to say that when you think about manufacturing, a keyword comes into your mind. What do you think? The first image comes into your mind. Why I'm, coming here, because I just want to see somebody would reply from there. When you thought about manufacturing as a keyword, as a person, what do you think? Anybody from this side? Because just want to make you awake. When you think about manufacturing, what the first image comes into your mind? Yeah. Mass production. Anybody else? Changing raw material to finished good. Yes. Anybody else? Just to give you another word, when you talk about innovation, a keyword called innovation, what image comes into your mind? Manufacturing innovation. Anybody? Improvement about the process. Yes. To change the traditional method. Why I'm talking about these two keywords, manufacturing and innovation? Because even if you have a good definition, so you all explain it very well, but it's too complex, I'm telling you. When we talk about, as you said, finished product to, raw material to finished, honestly speaking, it is not the way you have said. It's a too complex thing when we talk about manufacturing. So what has been evolving now in the world? The cost has been increasing. When I think about manufacturing, to be honest, I'm actually a automotive software background. So when I talk about manufacturing, to be honest, my image says huge cost. Bringing from a raw material to a finished product, right? So the world is moving towards to reduce this cost actually. Cost of manufacturing, that is the biggest challenge the whole world is trying to do. Right? To reduce that cost, the technology, the application of this digital manufacturing is coming. This particular kind of technologies, AI, ML, AOT, ultimately why we are using this, why we are trying to implement into this manufacturing, the reason is we want to reduce our cost. I worked with one of the company. What they did is they implemented AI into a manufacturing unit just to reduce their damages. Every product coming from any manufacturing factory, any unit, there are huge damages the point that particular product reached to the finished stage, the packaging stage. So in between, what they did is they put AI, the cameras, given all the data to those AI, programmed in a way that they did 3 million damages inspection annually. Why I'm telling you? Because the whole process is too complex that any manufacturing unit or a company, they have to use AI, ML just to reduce the cost. Remove all those things, doing inspection using AI, right? Using all the technologies which can give data before it reaches to another stage, gives all the details that can be prevented, that predictive analysis can be given. To reduce this cost, now the world is moving toward collaboration. I think everybody has seen, I think the G20 gone in a way, right? Everybody celebrated. If you have seen all the, videos, right? Ultimately, what government is trying to do, they're trying to bring the whole world together. The world is moving toward collaboration. Because of why I touched this point, cost, because if you have heard about manufacturing as a service, it's a collaborative effort is being done just to reduce the cost of somebody who has no resources, not have a bigger resources, right? So probably while you will be working in any company, probably you would be also need to take permissions of all the costs to make that particular product work. And they may not be giving you the resources. They will say, no, we don't have those kind of resources. So now the new thing is coming is manufacturing as a service. It's a collaborative effort where companies are, it's basically a third party engagement where they give, if you want to develop something, like as I think being discussed, that 90% POC, right, is they don't go through. The reason is because nobody want to, because innovation is costly. As it is being said, 8 billion codes, 20,000 designs. So that is the reason that these collaborative efforts are putting into making this manufacturing as a service. The third party is working together. One party is giving AI technologies already been made, right? It's customized according to the requirement and a least cost as per that prototype can go, being. So I think that is what I wanted to tell you, that, the two things which is happening in manufacturing industry is that reduce the cost anyhow, right? So that the end product must have a high quality, as rightly said, deliver on time, and it has less cost. It's affordable. It should be affordable. I think this is, my piece of, what I wanted to discuss. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Siddhana. So it's come to me to stand between those who are still here, not without the lunch. So be nice to me, otherwise I'll keep making you sit here. Yeah, okay. No, thank you. I was joking. So let me summarize here. Starting with what he said, reduce the cost of manufacturing. How do you reduce the cost of any manufacturing? Either by reducing the material, or by reducing the effort, or reducing the consumption of the energy. All these are pointing towards, as we call it, alternatives of experiments. You have to redesign with lesser material, that therefore you would use less energy consumption to manufacture it. And that's how you reduce the manufacturing cost. Or you can take 20 parts and make one part and do additive manufacturing. That's also possible. So all these responsibilities would come to the engineers, the new engineers who are sitting in this room. And I want to make a statement which my manager made about 5 years ago. Not before that, about 5 years ago. She said, it was a lady, that be comfortable with change. If you are not comfortable with change, you should not be in my team. So I think this is something for you, it will be more and more frequent. I am of the era of 40-year experience. I probably had 2 job roles in my life. The other younger colleagues who are being part of the panel, they probably had 3 to 4 job roles in their life. Trust me, you would go through a minimum average. Harvard study shows you would be going through a millennial, at least 5 to 6 job roles, okay, in your life. So be comfortable with change, understand your task, be valuable, and all that would come from, whatever the panelists discussed today in terms of, why digital, because of complexity being increasing, as Mr. Sinha mentioned, exponentially. As my other fellow colleagues mentioned, that you can use technology but eventually it has to bring more value, value in terms of cost, in time, in terms of time, or if not anything else, innovation. So ask yourself how you are being valuable. And that is where digital manufacturing is the key, which is, I would say, that tomorrow's solution for many challenges. Designing or imagining something is, of course, challenging, but manufacturing and putting it together that it works and delivers the function and performance is another, and that responsibility is ours. Thank you.
I thank all the guests for your gracious presence and enlightening the audience by your knowledge and inspirational words.
Now I'd like to request Professor Dr. Basant Singh Sikkarwar, HOD, and Professor Dr. Shamal Samant on the stage to present memento to our honorable guests.
I would like to invite Mr. Gautam Datta sir to come on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Sinha to come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vyomkesh Mishra to come on the stage.
A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Suman Nayak to come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Rakesh Sidana to come on the stage. Thank you all.
Now, moving towards the end of this session, we express our gratitude for our guests, and I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shamal Samant sir to present a vote of thanks.
With the blessings of Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan Sir, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, guidance of Honorable VC Ma'am, Professor Dr. Barvinder Shukla Ma'am, under the leadership of Professor Dr. M.K. Pandey, Director, MIT School of Engineering and Technology, and supervision of our HOD Professor Basant Singh Sikkarwar has made this event possible. I thank our esteemed guests, Mr. Gautam Datta, Independent Consultant, Mr. Vyomkesh Mishra, Senior VP, Soft Cell Technologies Global Private Limited, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, Founder and CEO, Quintus Global Private Limited, Mr. Suman Nayak, Chief General Manager, Nippon Auditronics Private Limited, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, Rakesh Sidana, Founder and CEO, Garage Software Private Limited, for their enriching and valuable ideas on this important topic. This is actually academia industry connect in practice, and students, despite that little bit disturbance, they are actually gaining a lot from your words of wisdom, believe me. And I really thank from bottom of my heart that you may take time from a busy schedule and came here. Thanks a lot. I thank my colleagues from ATPC, Mr. Amit Padmami, Smita ma'am, CRC, Dr. Madhuri ma'am, for their kind and wholehearted support. I also thank our faculty colleagues,
department staff for their wholehearted support and cooperation. I thank students for listening patiently and in this enriching panel discussion. Thanks all.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think, can you ask the students to bring all these things? Because the people are going for a lunch. They put in a box.
I would like to invite all the guests
Then
for the
we will-
group
after the lunch,
photograph.
we will- This is good. This is- all the mechanical come forward. Mechanical engineering, please come forward. All the faculty members.
Dignitaries, professors, colleagues, research scholars, and my dear students. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we are delighted to offer a gracious welcome to all of you. With the blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our Honorable Vice President Dr. Balwinder Shukla Ma'am, Amity University is proud to organize 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICIEL 2023. I, Vedatri, welcome you all to the special session on advancements in future mobility and opportunities for startups. The rising concerns of pollution and resource crisis, together with the initiatives from the Government of India, compels us to think of alternatives in the automobile sector. Today, we have with us experts who will deliver informative talks on the growth and development of future mobility in India, the technological challenges, and also an outlook on the market scenario. The panel discussion session will involve speakers and audience in interactive discussions with some informative insights. I would now request Professor Vivek Kumar, Professor and Head AIT, AUUP Noida, to kindly welcome our honorable speakers and briefly introduce the topic of today's session.
I request all the speakers to please take their seats on the dais. All the speakers, Mr. Satyendra Pal, Mr. Harish Sharma, Mr. Sudhir Kumar, We started the online. Online they have joined. So it is, okay, now the session is live. You know? Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present in the auditorium and those who have joined online. I am Professor Vivek Kumar, Head of Institute of Amity Institute of Technology. On behalf of our most respected founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our charismatic vice chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am. And on my personal behalf, as head of Institute of AIT, I extend very warm welcome to all the guests present today in this very special session. There are 4 speakers who will be delivering talk on today's theme in offline mode. 3 of them, they are there, and Mr. Vinod will be joining soon. So first of all, before I introduce today's expert speakers, a very happy Engineers Day to all of you. We all are engineers. In fact, actually, we were planning to celebrate Engineers Day separately, but due to this ICEIL conference, we could not do it. So I actually asked the students, so let us do it together in this session itself. And we should know why we celebrate Engineers Day. We celebrate Engineers Day on 15th September to recognize and honor the achievements of great engineer Mokshagudam Viswesvaraya. Generally, we know him with his last name only, Viswesvaraya. Mokshagudam Viswesvaraya was born on 15th September 1861 in Mudanhalli village of Karnataka. And after his name only, this day is celebrated as a National Engineers Day, and first it was celebrated in 1968. And since then, every year we celebrate this day as Engineers Day. Mr. Viswesvaraya completed his school education in his hometown and later on went to study Bachelor of Arts at University of Madras, Chennai. He then switched to a different career path and pursued civil engineering at the College of Science in Pune. Popularly, he was known as MV Sir. Mokshagudam Viswesvaraya, in short name, he was known as MV Sir. He is one of the India's first civil engineer who was awarded a Bharat Ratna in 1955. He was made the Diwan of Mysore from 1912 to 1918. He undertook several projects and delivered remarkable infrastructural results during his engineering career. He patented and installed an irrigation system with water floodgates at Khadakwasla Reservoir near Pune to raise the flood supply level and storage to the highest levels known as block system, and this was in 1903. So with this, let me now introduce the speaker of today's session. So first of all, chair of today's session, Mr. Satyendra Pal. Mr. Satyendra Pal is the founder and managing director at Jeetsons Electric Vehicles Private Limited. He did his BTech in electronics and communication and has a total work experience of more than 15 years in sales, marketing, dealer development, urban mobility, and related areas. He has worked with Pragriti Electrocom Private Limited, Adhunik Power Systems Private Limited, Videocon Industries, Honda Motorcycle and Scooter, Smart Dreams, URB Enterprise, Remark Electric Vehicles, High Power Batteries. Since then, finally, Mr. Satyendra Pal founded Jeet Sons Electric Vehicles Private Limited, which is 100% Indian electric vehicles consultancy services oriented company. So, welcome, sir. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Harish Sharma. Mr. Harish Sharma is co-founder and director at Jeet Sons Electric Vehicles Private Limited. He did his BTech in mechanical from NIT and has more than 35 years of work experience in sales, marketing. He has worked with the Mahindra and Mahindra tractor division, Scots, Hero Honda, Debu Motors, and LML Scooters. So very warm welcome, sir. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Sudhir Kumar Nagar. He is General Manager, Lubes HPCL North Zone. Mr. Nagar is B Mechanical from Delhi Technological University. He has around 30 years of experience in marketing stream of HPCL with experience in retail sales, lube manufacturing, direct sales, and lubricants marketing. Welcome, sir. In absentia, I welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar Gupta also. He will be joining us soon. Mr. Vinod Kumar Gupta, founder and president of Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers. Mr. Gupta founded Imperial Society in 2013 with the aim to promote e-mobility events and skill-based education. In 2020, Mr. Gupta started e-learning platform with the name of ICEIL India Private Limited under the Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers, which is a leading edutech company providing services like skilling, reskilling, and upskilling the engineering graduates, industry professionals, underprivileged youth through BTech specialization in EV, master certification and PG certification in EV technology, internships, workshops, corporate training, and rural and community trainings. So I welcome Mr. Vinod in absentia. He will be joining us soon. Now, I also welcome our online speakers today who could not be with us offline but have spared their valuable time to join us online. Mr. Divakar Roy, CEO, Ester E-Technology, founder director with over 19 years of a successful career with diverse roles, distinguished by commended performance in semiconductor process and equipment, solar photovoltaic manufacturing, solar PV testing lab technology and equipment. Incorporated in 2019, Ester E-Technology is a leading supplier of equipment, materials, technology, and services to the semiconductor, solar photovoltaic, and lithium battery manufacturing industry. So welcome, sir. Mr. Rakesh Pandey has already joined. He is a global head for PLM, DM, and XR at L&T Technology Services. Mr. Rakesh Pandey comes with more than 22 years of hands-on experience in providing end-to-end solutions to manufacturing companies. This includes right from design, simulation, PLM, ALM, MES, QMS, MI, and IoT. His particular role in winning and successful implementation of enterprise applications for CNH, Acer, Tesla Motors, and many more companies. Then finally, we have Mr. Saurav Mohan Saxena, who will be joining us soon. He's a global managing director, AHOTS Technologies. Mr. Saurav has been an industry leader in mobility ecosystem with more than 28 years of versatile work experience globally with top Fortune MNCs and Indian corporates like General Motors, Fiat, Tata, Delphi, ZF Hero, and many other companies. It's a pleasure and honor to have you all with us today, offline and online. Let me take this privilege to briefly tell you about our institute, Amity Institute of Technology, AIT. Traditional engineering courses, I also have done the same, BTech Mechanical. These courses are more towards theoretical concepts and less effective for meeting the requirements of today's industry. In order to cater the requirements of industry, Amity University, particularly our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, he took this visionary step and set up this institute. After joining hands with Tata Technology, he started this institute, Amity Institute of Technology, in 2016. Amity Institute of Technology, the objective was to bridge the gap between academia and industry and to create a talent pool of industry-ready engineers. Our state-of-art competency centers consist of industrial robots, conveyor belt assembly line, manufacturing execution system, tear down and benchmarking, actual vehicle cut section, automobile components and systems, 3D printers, aircraft simulators. In real time, one can fly the aircraft from any airport of the world. So these are some of the things which are there in our competency centers. Our courseware is designed by senior experts of Tata Technology and their allied industries. And the students are trained by industry experts on various core subjects and trained on software such as MS Nestran, MSc Petron, MSc Apex, CATIA V5, Creo, and many other proprietary softwares of Tata Technology as per industry need. Now, coming to today's topic, the paradigm of what mobility means today and what these will be after next 10 years is changing very fast. Earlier, we used to see the car models in 3-4 years. New car model were launched in 3-4 years. But nowadays, you can see that the new car models are launched within 6 months. So at that rate, actually, the technology is changing. Energy innovations are there, artificial intelligence advances, then societal needs, environmental concerns. These all are affecting how we'll get around in the future. As today's topic is advancements in future mobility and opportunities for startups. So the future mobility is shifting to the environment-friendly, connected, autonomous, shared, and personalized commute. To stay on the top of the mobility industry trends, manufacturers explore ways to create smart automated vehicles, building vehicles for the future from autonomous, connected, electric, hybrid models, hydrogen-fueled, require cutting-edge technology and processes. Tools like big data and concepts like shared mobility have become an important part of building a smart city and contribute to decarbonization goals. In addition, newer trends such as large-scale electrification and mixed reality also find numerous applications in the mobility industry. With this note, I once again welcome all speakers who are present offline and those who have joined online to this very special session on the advancements in future mobility. Our industry experts will deliberate and give more insights about the future mobility technologies. So before I hand over the session to Mr. Satyendra Pal, I request my colleague to welcome formally by presenting a sapling, Tulsi sapling, to all our guests.
I would now request Professor Vivek Kumar to kindly felicitate Mr. Pal with a sapling. Thank you. I would now request Professor Vivek Kumar to kindly felicitate Mr. Sharma with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would also request Professor Vivek Kumar to kindly felicitate Mr. Nagar with a sapling. Also, I would like to welcome our online speakers who couldn't be with us offline, but have spared their precious time to be with us online. So now moving over to the panel discussion session and the sessions by our distinguished speakers, I would like to welcome Mr. Satyendra Pal, founder and MD, Jeetson's Electric Vehicles Private Limited, to kindly give your thoughts on the session theme and continue with the session.
Good afternoon to all. And my name is Satyendra Pal. As Sir has already introduced that I am the founder and managing director of Jeetson's Electric Vehicles Private Limited. And earlier I worked with corporates, and after working of corporates 15 years, I realized that we have to build something for our nation. So I built this. I have started, me and Hariji both have started this startup company. We have started this company in 29th April 2021. Our vision is basically to organize this electric vehicle industry, because that is more or less unorganized sector. So we are trying to organize this by doing a lot of things, and also we are creating employment for our youth. So we have take this opportunity and we are trying our best what we can do. So first of all, I am very thankful to the management of Amity University for giving such a wonderful opportunity to participate in the ICIL 5.0. Luckily, I was the part of ICIL 4.0 itself. That was in, I think, COVID period, and we have participated on online mode at that time. So special thanks to special thanks to Professor Vivek Kumarji, HOI Amity Institute of Technology, and Dr. Bedatri Maulik, Assistant Professor of Automobile Engineering Department. Now I am sharing you what is the topic of today. Today topic is basically advancement in future mobility and opportunities for startups. So basically, the conference intend to focus on the comprehensive research and global targets and endeavors to address some of society greatest challenges while progressing towards Industry 5.0. This is this era is very good era for innovators, researchers, and the people, students who want to make a big thing in his career, because now this field is very open regarding research and innovation. So this is a good time when we can do a good research, we can do good innovations, because our government is focusing to independent rather than dependency on China in all equipments like as spare parts and electric vehicles and semiconductors, etc. It's a live example that Tesla is ready to establish their plant in our country. So it's very thank you to our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, who is doing a lot of good job towards our nation progress. And now I am sharing you some facts and figures of the electric vehicle industry through the presentation. So what is the electric vehicle trends? Because advancement of future mobility is one part of electric vehicles. Okay. So I am sharing you some facts and figures of electric vehicles. So basically in presentation, we have tried to cover up that what is the progress of electric vehicle industry in electric two-wheeler segment, electric e-rickshaw, L3, L5 and electric cars and e-buses also. So I am sharing you some glimpses, electric vehicle industry scenario in India. Basically electric two-wheelers, E3-wheelers and E4-wheelers. You can see the registered EV trends in India of financial year 2022-23. So you can see a good growth in two-wheeler, three-wheeler, you can say there are a lot of segments L3 and L5, four-wheeler buses and others. So this is the visible figures. Have you visible the figures? So these are the current industry trends in financial year 2022-23. If we can talk about the last financial year, you can see that 2022-23, there was OEM wise top two-wheeler sales, there was 7,79,158. So that was the good number in EV, and almost there was around 8-9% contribution of the total industry. So you can see the figures of financial year 2023 in different segments. Like as two-wheelers, you can see four-wheeler segment also. There are almost 54,000 vehicles sold in last financial year. And you can see buses trends also. There are almost 2,000 buses sold. And right now government is focusing to convert all IC fleets into electric vehicle fleets, either in the four-wheeler or you can say passenger segment, commercial segment, or in the e-buses segment. Because government is making a lot of good policies to shift the industry from IC to EV. Because there was a theme of Go Green initiative by Government of India. Now you can see top OEM wise electric three-wheeler sales data for India in financial year 2022-23. So that is very eye-opener figures that very soon year on year we are growing in the industry. And there are good players who are contributing in India, like as Mahindra and Mahindra, Piaggio, Omega, basically in three-wheeler segment. And especially in e-rickshaw segment, there are good companies like as YC, Mahindra, Mayuri. Lot of companies are doing a lot of efforts to make this environment cleaner and greener towards the Government of India initiative. You can see the registered EV sales trend in India from August 2022 to August 2023. There is a good growth in industry. If you can see last year August figure, that was 88,000, and this year is almost 1,27,000. So this is a good trend towards the electrification. You can see category wise EV sales in India. So in last month, you can say August closing figure, that is almost 1,26,000. So you can see segment wise, electric two-wheeler is playing most important role in the industry and contributing almost 50%. Now moving to electric three-wheeler segment, that is also doing good because all commercial fleets as well as passenger is going to convert very soon in EV. Right now it's a good trend, and as I've also shared that government is focusing to convert all electric vehicle buses and all fleets in government offices very soon by 2030, all will be electric or hybrid mode. So that is a good era towards the advancement of mobility. As Mr. Vivek already shared, that there is a good era where a student can do a good research, good innovation towards the advancement of mobility. Now you can see high-speed e-two-wheeler sales trend. There are two segments in the two-wheeler, that is low speed and high speed. So basically earlier industry was dominating by low speed, but right now industry is dominating by high speed. High speed, there are two, three categories. There are L1, L2 categories. So there are low speed and high speed. So you can see good growth in the high speed segments also. Figure is also self-explanatory. You can see. As I have already told that cargo segment and passenger segment both are doing good growth. You can see the figures from last 1 year. That is itself self-explanatory that industry is growing towards the like this. So player wise e-cars right now, 2 years before we have seen rarely EV cars, but right now on road we can see a lot of EV cars. But major challenge is right now charging infrastructure. So government has made already policies for the same, like as EV swapping policy, and we are developing a lot of new grids also, because there are a lot of electricity requirement in consumption of, if we are converting our industry towards the electric cars, so we required a lot of grids to enhance, to feed that electricity consumption. So I really appreciate Indian government, the initiative. You have already seen the G20 glimpses. It's a world's first, so that was very successful. So clap for G20, please. That was very proud moment for all Indians. And we are very proud that in Britain itself, our Indian community person is the Prime Minister. And recently you are happy that Singapore itself is the Indian community citizen is heading the Singapore. So that is very proud moment for us. So these are all the industry figures. Now, going forward, I would like to invite Mr. Harish Sharma ji, who is a co-founder and director of the Jeetsons Electric Vehicles Private Limited, to share their valuable thoughts regarding the topic of advancements in future mobility and opportunities for startups. Welcome to Harish Sharma ji.
Good afternoon to everyone. Happy Engineers Day. So I would like to give you my background. See, I've got almost 40 years experience with the automobiles company. And for the last 7 years, I'm into electric vehicles. See, when I shifted from IC engine from Mahindra to electric vehicles, that is called Muri e-rickshaw. They manufacture e-rickshaw. And the promoter is Mr. Kapoor. He's from IIT Kanpur. And it was a transit period for me from IC engine to electric vehicles. Way back in 2014-15, in fact, EVs, e-rickshaw is the first vehicles. It has come in India. So all OEMs, they used to buy from China and they sell it like cycles. There was no control by the government. And everyone is doing the same thing. They're buying all body parts and power pack, which is very important for the vehicle, for electric vehicle. Then government, they have realized that there should be a safety standard and identification of vehicle. So they have imposed to everyone, all OEMs, to register their vehicle by taking approvals from government department like ICAT, ARI. Then it has started in the way back in 2015. And Gadkari ji has launched this vehicle, Muri vehicles. Right now they're holding market share of almost 25% across India. And it's very well accepted product. So this transit period from non-approved to approved vehicle, it has started in the year of late 15th. So approved vehicle means you have to appoint dealers and it has to sell through dealers. It has to get it registered, insured. And that is a process for for approved vehicles, whereas non-approved, it sells like a cycles. There's no record. There's no testing. Power pack, see the power pack of any vehicle is motor, controller, and differential. It has to be matched. It has to be aligned. Otherwise, there's a problem in terms of safety, performance. So I'm just giving the background of what how this EV was evolved in India. Then it follows two-wheelers, L5, e-rickshaw falls in L3 category. The maximum speed is 25 kilometers. And then scooters come, then follow scooter and auto, that is called L5. So coming back to the main topic straight away. Advancement in future mobilities. See, you must have heard about burning of vehicles. So government imposed norms, BMS. See, the main part of the vehicle is power pack. That is body, that is battery, motor, controller for scooter, and differential for three-wheeler. So what government has decided that BMS, that is very important part of the vehicle, it has to be redesigned. So they have come up this category of AIS 156 with two phases. All OEM has to go through necessary approval for phase 1 and phase 2. What is phase 1? Why government has done this? Because they wanted to have a safety norms, safety standards. So what is phase 1? Phase 1 is requirement of vehicles with regards to its electric safety. That I told you about power pack, motor control, it has to be aligned with the battery. That BMS controls that. And the second, government is imposing that second part. So that is what a requirement of rechargeable electrical energy storage systems with regards to its safety. So that is very important because we have been hearing about burning issues. So now every OEM has to go through both the phase 1 and phase 2 before they get into the market. And the second is IoT, Internet of Things. And the new concept has come is artificial intelligence. We'll talk about IoT first. IoT is what? It enables EV owners to monitor battery performance in real time, identify when the battery needs, find charging stations and parking spots and that are convenience. That indicates IoT helps to the driver, to the owner, to identify all these points when is to charge. And the second is the new concept has come, which few of the OEMs they have followed. That is called artificial intelligence. What is this intelligence? That gives a prior intimations of problem in the vehicles, whether it's a battery or whether it's a motor or a controller or a differential. So it's a pre-intimations to the manufacturers so that manufacturers can take necessary rectifications at its own level or interrelate to their vendors for necessary rectifications. This is number 2. And the number 3 is charging station. That is a basic fuel of EVs. And government has been promoting charging stations. In fact, we are the channel partner for ABB Sweden's. That is quite known, and it is known in the world. They have already installed 4.5 lakhs chargers in the entire world. And that is a basic fuel. In fact, everywhere EVs depends sales on fuel charging stations. So these are three points, major points, advancement in future mobilities. Then coming to opportunities, anyone wants to clarify about this? 3 points. Then the second topic is opportunities for startups. Now, if you look at the history of vehicles, even as on today, see all power pack, we all dependent on China, either or Taiwan, right? So now government has been extending all this support to startups to develop motor controllers. And all OEMs are now working, which can help us for economic growth, right? It can help for balancing of import exports. So this is one of the opportunity for manufacturing of spare parts for electric vehicles. Then the second is your opportunities for, this is FAME 1, FAME 2, that body gives your incentives to the OEMs for the benefits of the customers. So that varies from central governments gives, let's talk about e-rickshaw in Delhi. Central government gives subsidy, separate subsidy, whereas state governments, Delhi government gives 30,000 rupees to EV owners. So every states, they are giving incentives to promote EVs in their respective states. If you talk about UP gives 100% registration fees. That amounting is about 16,000 rupees for e-rickshaw. Every states are following this concept for giving subsidy to promote their EVs greenfield. So these are the points, main point I wanted to share with you about this. What is the advancement? What are the opportunities of EVs? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hari sir, for saying your thoughts regarding the advancement of future mobility and opportunities for startups. Now, I would like to invite Sri Sudhir Kumar Nagarji, GM Lubes, HPCL North Zone, and to share their valuable thoughts regarding the topic. Sir, please welcome.
We have also been joined by Mr. Vinod Gupta, founder, Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers. So welcome, sir. I would like to request Professor Vivek to kindly give a sapling to Mr. Vinod.
Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you, MIT University. Thank you, Professor Vivek Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Bedatri Maulik, for inviting us here as HPCL. HPCL is a known name to the entire country, entire world, I should say, because we are now exporting our products in almost 16 countries. And as far as we are concerned, we are a fuel company, fuel and lube company, refining and marketing of petroleum products. That's what we say HPCL is. So how do we fit in today's topic? Now, we are not the makers of mobility. We are mobility ourselves. We are the promoters and drivers of mobility, basically. Entire mobility today in the country runs on our fuel. The vehicles are being taken care by our lubricants. All the automotive sector is being powered by fuels. All the three big national oil companies, along with the small contribution from the private sector as well. But we are giants in the fuel industry. So the question is that how do we fit in? Yeah, we are partners in this growth. We are partner in this growth, which is coming of the future of mobility. First of all, many of the lectures which I have attended in the ministry, many of the interactions which I've had with the notable speakers and other, we get opportunity to travel around the country. And, students and people in one voice, they say, they are talking about the death of IC engine, what they say, the death of the internal combustion engine. I like to tell you that this is a misconception. There is nothing like a death of an IC engine. What we see as a national oil company today is a hybrid future for the growth of mobility. The future is hybrid. Today, we are having 80% imports of crude oil, as all of you will know, and what our import bill is shooting. So, figures and numbers everybody has today, for all the data is there with you. But I will like to talk to you more about the practical aspects of what is happening, and how you as students maybe can partner companies and startups in maybe making a future for yourself when we see the future of mobility today in our country. So that's what I would like to, more of discussion rather than a speech, I will say. But then from our side, there are certain facts which definitely I like to present. And I like to tell you what is happening in our companies as regard this. We are fully aware that this world is changing. As far as the mobility is concerned, our country is changing. There are a lot of government initiatives on EVs. There are a lot of initiatives on, research in hydrogen fuel, which is an alternative fuel which is coming, which will be coming in the near future. But where exactly are we actually? We must introspect where we are. Today also, very few, the growth is rapid. But if you say the total universe of vehicles other than, traditional petrol, diesel, and of course, CNG being a part of us as a clean fuel, it is still an evolving industry, I will say. So the future is very bright for this industry. And that's how I'll, start my topic. And I'll just like to put some facts before you as we talked about the partners in change. So now we are moving towards this ethanol blending, as you must have, all of you must know that your petrol is now ethanol blended petrol. And the government directive is that we should be blending about 20% ethanol till 2025, which is actually a preponement of our targets, seeing the good progress in this regard. Then we are trying this in diesel as well, blending ethanol with diesel, and research is on for 1% blending in aviation fuel, which is your aircraft. But however, no commercial flight has yet been fueled with ethanol, blended aviation fuel. But yes, we are trying this. As far as, the business opportunities for us or for you or for in general, there are a lot of business opportunities as far as our lubricants field is concerned, where I come from today, where I'm from the lubricants field. See, all these vehicles, EVs, which are coming, and all the vehicles which are coming, they have huge demand for the, I will say, the fluids. We are not EV fluids, what we call. It is not per se lubricant per se, the traditional engine oil, being replaced by EV fluids, which will be coming very soon. And we have done a lot of advancement in these EV fluids to, maybe partner all these things. Then we have a huge network of more than 21,000 retail outlets. And we are known by our petrol pumps, which you would have seen. Just across the corner, you will see an HP petrol pump. And that's why we are known to the common public in terms of the gas cylinder, which, it is delivered in every household today in India. And we are known by our LPG as well as our retail, which we call our petrol pumps. So what I was trying to say is that we are partnering with various companies to have charging facilities, which is called charging infrastructure, which is basically the ecosystem building for this new, mobility which is coming up. So I just wanted to brief you on what we are doing. And then the future of startups, if you really ask me, the future for you people is in the retro. So I'll tell you what I mean by future in the retro. See, whenever there is a transition in the industry, like whenever some new technology is coming, it is not like a phone, I will say, where you know that Nokia vanished overnight, and then Apple and the other companies took over. Why? Because of the technology. technological change, which is very fast. But in the mobility industry, the technological changes do not take place at this pace. It will be a slow transition. As I was very fortunate to be a part of the Indian Energy Forum, chaired by our Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas then. I am saying about 2019-20. And what was deliberated was where exactly we will be there in 2035. That was the topic. You have a topic today. So that was the topic. I was a part of audience like you, not a speaker. But then, what we found out in that forum was that the growth will be subdued of petroleum products and the EV's growth will be exponential. There will be hydrogen vehicles coming in, but it will not die as such. All the systems in mobility will coexist at least 2040 till we can see about 2040. So demand of the traditional fuels, traditional vehicles will be there. And the immediate future I see is hybrid, wherein we will have a petrol or a diesel vehicle and we will have it, combined with, like we had CNG. Now we can combine it with an EV and, things of the sort. So that's what I wanted to say basically as an idea. So this is what the future is and why I said that the future is retro. See, whenever these technologies come in, like you must have seen in NCR, all these CNG kits, CNG kits are there on, it is virtually everywhere now. At every corner of the road, you will see a CNG kit station authorized by so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. So when, this charging infra today or the battery swapping today, my learned friend talked about the technical aspects because they are from the, EV industry. But I see that, these things are evolving and you people can partner in this growth as far as, charging infrastructure is concerned, as far as, some charging stations, some tie-up, these kind of things you can do. We are funding a lot of startups in HPCL and, various researches are there and they present their paper and then we fund these companies, which are basically run by students and basically the students just out of college maybe. And they are presenting their projects. We have a full-fledged department in HPCL at Mumbai. And then we are like Amazon Magenta was one such startup, which made they made a street light and with a EV charger. It was a street light basically. And then on the bottom of the street light, there is an EV charging facility. So this is a startup. It was earlier Amazon. It is now called Magenta. We invested in that and the capital grew. It's now a great company as such. It's moving ahead. So we are doing these kind of things. Just I wanted to give you an example. I will just like to flip through my presentation, although I have some slides for you, but I have spoken more or less everything what I wanted to say. I'll just flip through the slides, Lalit, if you can help me. Yeah. I hope you can see this. Not yet. Yeah. Can we see? Yeah, as you can see, it is the 50th year of our existence. So we are into our golden jubilee year. We have formed way back in 74. So this is our golden year for HPCL. So you can just see, this is just a synopsis of what I told you. What we are doing as a company, as a national oil company, for the EV, in EV charging facilities, we are having battery swapping tie-ups, we are having collaboration with the startups. And then we, as I told you, we have a state-of-art green R&D center at Bangalore. So this is, we boast to have, one of the top 3 R&Ds in Asia, as far as the oil industry is concerned. So this is in Bangalore. And we are doing a lot of things about the new fuels which are coming. That is the hydrogen fuels, hydrogen cell, what I talked about. And we are doing a lot of work in this sodium ion metal sulfur battery and other, battery cells and so on. Just for your absorption, these are the companies we are tying up with. In the various companies we are tying up with. And I'll just clip here a news item that our tie-up with Tata Power to provide EV charging stations at our retail outlets, at petrol pumps, what you know. So this is one. Then we have tied up with Honda And this is regarding the swapping of the batteries, the battery swapping. We are tied with Honda. So these are the news you must have seen if you are following the news in this regard. And this is the latest one that we are now planning to have a different vertical, different arm of our company, 100% owned subsidiary for green energy and lubricants to unlock the value of these. You must have seen this in the newspaper very recently. Our chairman has tweeted and he has made a statement on this. So we are doing a lot of things as far as fueling the new hopes of the mobility is concerned in the future. As far as lubricants are concerned, I just touched upon that subject being my subject, current subject. We are doing a lot of work on EV fluids, and we have a lot of EV fluid range already ready. So we are future ready as far as the EVs are concerned, as and when they come. But if you really ask me, the first one to be replaced in our country will be what we call the Mama scooter. And you know what I'm talking about. The scooter, which is the without the gear scooter, we call a Mama scooter, everybody knows. That our mom or sister or, any one of our students, girl students, they just pick up and drive it to the nearest mall or whatever they want to do. And they are very convenient with that. So that will be first coming up as a electric vehicle, and it will be, capturing the market, the two-wheeler market, as we can see in the recent future. So friends, that's what all I wanted to tell you. Basically, if you have anything, we can take the questions. So thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Sudhir sir, for sharing your valuable inputs regarding the topic of advancements in future mobility and opportunities. So, sir is very rightly said that whole industry will not be converted into electric. So, as per the research agencies and all, there is a assumption that by 2040, there will be almost 40% industry will be converted into electric and rest 60% will be on hybrid mode. So sir is very rightly said and share their valuable thoughts. So thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Sri Vinod Kumar Gupta ji, who is available with us, to sharing their valuable thoughts regarding the topics of advancements in future mobility and opportunities for startups. Over to Vinod ji.
I would also request Professor Dr. Soni to please, Deputy Dean Engineering and Technology, to please come on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I can't hear you. Good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to thank Professor Vivek ji for inviting me for this very good initiative taken by the Amity University under the leadership of Vice Chancellor ma'am. I have visited more than 150 plus universities across the country. And whenever I enter to this university, I always feel very, very vibrant energy and atmosphere here. Myself started my first venture I was just 21 years old when I started my first venture. That is now India's leading upskilling platform known as ICEIL India. I would like to highlight few points when we talk about the entrepreneurship in automobile industries. हम सब लोग यही सोचते हैं कि कार बनानी है या बाईसाइकिल बनानी है या व्हीकल बनाना है. What the reality is, we having for more opportunities in this sector. I would highlight few of the sectors where you people can seek the opportunities because it's the evolving sector where the things are evolving. So you have the great opportunities. There is a great opportunity for new age entrepreneurs because things are turning up very fast. You must be knowing, recently I learned about the digital transformation India has that we have done in last 9 years. If we take it by the conventional method, it can take 47 years.
बट हमने इसको सिर्फ 9 साल में करके दिखाया। इंडिया में पहले क्या होता था कि कोई भी चीज, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी यूएस में आ गई है तो उसको आने में यहाँ पे 10 साल, 12 साल, 15 साल लगते थे। लेकिन आज की डेट में क्या होता है कि वी आर वर्किंग टुगेदर, वी आर ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग द थिंग्स टुगेदर टू द वर्ल्ड। हम दुनिया के साथ में कंधे से कंधा मिला के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, एंड दिस इज द न्यू इंडिया। सो आई वुड हाईलाइट फ्यू ऑफ द सेक्टर्स लाइक IoT। दूसरी चीज, हम ये सब सोचते हैं कि जब हम ऑटोमोबाइल की बात करते हैं तो इट इज बिलोंग्स टू द ओनली ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग और इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग। बट now it's not game of only these few branches. It's a game of multidisciplinary actions, like CS people, IT people can also be a part of it. IoT, पहले क्या होता था, IoT के through that IoT can be used for only the entertainment purpose in the vehicles. But now IoT become to exchange the data from the vehicle to a data hub, where we can, what we can do, we can track the vehicles, we can track the vehicle insurance, we can track the driver safety, we can track the driving behavior, we can track the fleet management. So several things can be done through the IoT. So it is one of the key sector where you guys can develop something that is not present in the vehicles or that is under the development phase, where you have the opportunity without huge source or huge funds to develop something, and you can become the entrepreneur. Second thing, you must be hear about the AI. Through AI, you can develop in-vehicle experience. Most of the things you have seen, like ऐसा कुछ भी हमारे पास नहीं है जिससे हम व्हीकल में जो पैसेंजर होता है या ड्राइवर होता है उसके एक्सपीरियंस के थ्रू we can develop something. But by using AI, we can develop in-vehicle experience solutions. Third thing is AR/VR. Through AR/VR, lots of startups in the US, Russia are working on this technology, even though in India. There is a startup called Visual Arise in US. What they have developed through the AR.
Audience, please keep quiet.
So what they are doing, they are building 4D imaging holographic AR display for the vehicles, through which what that AR visuals can help in heavy rain, heavy snowfall, low light, or many other things, where the vehicle safety or passenger safeties can be enhanced. So there is lots of things on which you people can work and build new solutions for this country or for the globe. Another thing I would like to say, that is smart mobility as a service. You must be seen lots of green electric two-wheeler in Noida. The startup called as a Jaip Electric. So it is not something that we are building the vehicles. You can use the mobility as a service. You must be hear about the ULO for the micro mobility. So these kind of new solutions, new kind of innovations you can do with this, and you can create new businesses. And second thing is, हम सबको लगता है यार कि हम बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग में होते हैं जब हम इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे होते हैं, तो we cannot decide whether we want to go for the entrepreneurship or we want to go for the job. So when is the right time to take the action? When we right time to decide what we want to do? If we decide as the earlier phase, so we can put our actions to a navigated way. तो सबसे पहली जरूरी चीज है कि you have to decide what you want to do. अब इसके बाद में क्या होता है, कई बार हम डिसाइड भी कर लेते हैं. आप लोगों ने से कितने ने ऐसा किया होगा कि you want to become a YouTube blogger, फिर इसके बाद में 2-3 वीडियो डाली, वीडियो नहीं चली तो कहते हैं यार इससे नहीं होगा कुछ भी. तो आपने सोचा why it is not working? Because maybe you are not writing or putting the right content as per the trend. maybe you are not putting the right efforts, but हम उससे पहले क्या होते हैं कि हम second thought बना लेते हैं. We thought about the alternatives. We don't take as a obligation. When we take as a obligation, we want to do it. You need to change your actions, not your goal. That is must required when you want to pursue your entrepreneurship journey. When you will start something, maybe 10 बार 20 बार हो सकता है, बहुत बार आप लोग फेल होंगे, एक चीज सक्सेस नहीं होगी, तो ज्यादातर लोग क्या होता है कि they drop that idea. They do not think about the like what kind of actions we have to put to make it succeed. They fail to make the solution people centric. Actually आप जो idea develop कर रहे हैं, that is actually required by the people, that is actually serving the right kind of audience, that is actually providing the right kind of solution. Startup is what? To create a solution. आपको एक कोई भी comfort आप create करते हैं किसी के लिए, तो that is startup. You can sell it, you can make a lots of business out of it. हमारे देश में अभी देख रहे हो आप कितना ज्यादा डिलीवरी सिस्टम का चालू हुआ है, हर एक चीज हमारे घर के बाहर अवेलेबल होती है. सो इस तरह से बहुत सारी चीजें आने वाली हैं, और दिस ईवी सेक्टर इज जस्ट इवॉल्विंग. देयर इज अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर all the new age entrepreneurs who want to enter, who want to pursue their entrepreneurship journey. So my recommendation is you have to just choose an idea. You have to create a solution that can serve large number of people, that can provide a solution and comfortable to the people, and you will definitely succeed in your journey. And once again, I would like to thank Dr. Vivek ji for inviting me here. I was in Delhi, so I came late. Sorry for that. And I wish many success for this event and for the looking forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod ji, for sharing their valuable thoughts regarding the topic. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rakesh Pandey, Global Head of PLM, DM, XR and L&T Technology Services, who is present with us on online mode. So over to Mr. Rakesh Pandey ji.
Well, thank you, Professor. And I'll just share my screen. Please let me know once it is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Sure. Thank you, sir. And it is honor to be there again for the third time in the MIT University event. So last event I covered on how you can draw your business model and put your value proposition for your budding entrepreneurs. And previous to that, I spoke on electric vehicles when I was there with Siemens. Now this time, I'll be just touching upon at a very high level, what is Industry 5.0 and how as an engineers behind the scene, we are working on to ensure that, the eminent people who are there, and who are entrepreneurs who are launching electric vehicles and putting India on the roadmap or in the map of electric vehicles and clean mobility, how we are helping from IT or from products and solutions of creating platforms for them to build and launch their vehicle faster. So on industry, these are the 4 or 5 topics, which I've put across, and I'll just cover them in 10 to max 15 minutes. But I just want all the students, just to focus on this. You might have known that, everything started from Industry 1.0, which was, evaluation of steam power, and that started in UK with the invention of water and steam. But the second was on the electricity, wherein the entire stuff started, with mass production, using assembly lines. And there is a very nice quote from Henry Ford, right? You can have your vehicle of your choice and color as long as Okay, I don't know. Can anybody just quickly confirm, right? Everything, because I just saw connecting again.
Yes, sir, you are visible and audible.
Okay, thank you. So the third revolution came in 1970 with the involvement of computer and electronic systems. And if you see the difference, the number of years, between 2.0 and 3 was just 70 years. And then what we are all talking currently in India, and as one of the speakers talked about, that initially anything which used to happen after 10 years is to come to India. But now everything is happening simultaneously. The Apple iPhone was launched and is going to be available also simultaneously, although the price still will be high in India than what it will be in US. But slowly it is going to happen that India will become a platform. And as one of the panelists also said, G20 was a bigger success, and we have shown that we are leaders. We are just not followers. Now, again, if you see the impact, in Industry 4.0, and there is a very basic definition of Industry 4.0, which is, mass production with mass customization in a cyber physical world. But if you see the difference, the number of years gap between Industry 3.0 and 4.0 is 30 years. India still is adopting Industry 4.0, but people are talking about Industry 5.0. While this both the Industry 4.0 and 5.0 are going parallelly, but the difference between Industry 5.0 is just putting a human touch. There will be an interaction between man and machines, and there will be mass customization, but it will go to a beyond just plain mass customization, but it will also help to n is equal to 1, wherein the personalization as per the customer need will be also tried to met across. Now the difference very high level between 4.0 and 5.0. While 4.0 was all about connected system, connecting machines, 5.0 is more about how the end user, his experience is there, so the whole focus will shift on the customer experience. In place of mass customization, it will be hyper customization, which I was talking about, n is equal to 1. In place of intelligent supply chain, it will be more responsive. The demand fluctuation will happen, but how you can respond to that with a largely distributed supply chain will be the focus of Industry 5.0. Products were made smart, products were made smart, but what is going to happen is the product will interact with the end user, and any enhancement in the product or the process can also be passed back to the OEM companies or to the tier 1 companies. And then fifth one at a high level is the manpower distance. COVID taught us that everything can be done remotely, but 5.0 says there will be a return of manpower to the factories. Although AI will be there to automate, to generative AI will be also there to learn and ensure that more perfectness comes across. Now, that was about Industry 4.0 and 5.0, which was one of the themes. But the main theme is that what is going to be the future of mobility? So, of course, there are, Professor also mentioned that, everyone is working on autonomous, connected, electrified, and shared mobility. Now, shared mobility was picking up, but COVID had a big impact, but now again, it is going to pick up across. Now, that was about product innovation, which is happening all across the world, and just not Tesla, but all the other big companies, even Google through Vimeo, they are working on autonomous connected electric vehicle, as well as Apple. Apple news doesn't come out, but many other companies like that are also working on this ACE kind of vehicles across. Now, what is happening under the hood also is to ensure that these product innovations are there and the products are brought to the market at a faster pace. From the engineering side, a lot of work is happening from the process automation. How you can do your design, how you can use generative AI in your design to ensure that when a designer is doing a particular set of work, he or she gets an intimation, this should be our next 3 steps or 4 steps in advance. How if they have missed some components, how the system can alert while doing a vehicle integration. These are the places where interference can happen. All those will speed up the process. Simulation has been there for a longer time, but what is going to happen is a larger adoption of something which we study in engineering days, design of experiments. How your software can ensure that how you can make the most optimized or most best design with all the constraints which you can put from cost or design aspects or design perspectives across. And then, of course, manufacturing, I'll be covering in the latest slide, but manufacturing is going to complete transformation. If you guys get a chance, just look in YouTube for a company called Hackrot, and they have completely 3D printed the entire car, an aluminum car, and which is functional. So a lot of work is happening in the manufacturing end also. The second part is on the software and system engineering. A lot of vehicles, whether it is high-end vehicles or even the mid-car segment, of the Tatas, of the Mahindras, or of the Hyundais, you can control the entire aspects of the car through embedded software. So that software is going to play a major role. And system engineering is a holistic way of looking for on-product development. So electric vehicle is just one concept, but the holistic way of developing is system engineering, and our Chandrayaan, which was launched, successfully, they also follow this. NASA also follows the work or the concept of system engineering. There is, for the academic guys, there is a very nice consortium called incos.org, and that helps you across how to work on systems, subsystems, and develop your product. Now, the third and the last part is IoT, cloud, and analytics. Now, this is going to be playing a big role. Now, IoT, let me tell you, people have a bigger definition, but I have one of my colleagues, and he says for everything, there is a very sweet definition. So IoT, okay, it's Internet of Things, but the definition is, or the work or the function of IoT is sensing the data and making sense of the data. That's it. And how you do it across, it is device, network, and applications. So the IT companies might play on applications where the companies like Cisco and others play on the different layers. And of course, clouds are from Google, from Amazon, and from Microsoft. And analytics is one area wherein a lot of job opportunities will come if you're very good in statistics, if you're very good in mathematics and analysis. So this all are, all these companies are also under the hood, they are doing it across. Now, if I have to just talk about on each of these topics, so there is going to be no boundary between the product innovation and the process automation. The first one is autonomous. Now, the question is how confident you are. There are lots and lot of tests which is happening across. There are a lot communication between vehicle to infrastructure is happening across. We as a human being are learning from nature. I just had a session a year back, and the analogy was, you have seen bats, right? What we call as chamgadar in Hindi. If you see bats, they never collide, neither with the caves, neither with the trees, neither among themselves. They are all moving objects, right? So what can we learn? What level of automation they are at, level 4 or level 5, and how we can adopt those stuff, learn from nature, and put that in an autonomous vehicle, which can be much more safe. So that work is completely happening across. And there again, we are using a verification and validation framework, which is again prescribed by System Engineering Consortium or INCOS. Second part about the main theme which is happening is on electrification. Yes, one of our members, I don't know whether Mr. Sudeep or Mr. Vinod Manish mentioned about the Mama's vehicle. So yes, the scooters have picked up a lot. There are a lot of vehicles. I'm from Bangalore, so I can see a lot of small EV two-wheelers running all across, and Bangalore also is known as two-wheeler hub. But there is a lot of investment which is also going on, cars, which is also going on, buses and every stuff. There's a lot of work which is happening in battery. There is an event which happens every year in Germany, in Hanover, and there is so much of research which is going on battery. Like there is lithium titanium oxide, the battery is made of that. The density is very low, so it will occupy a bulky space, but the vehicle with the battery can be charged every year for next 70 years. So that is like, the battery will outlive your vehicle itself. So a lot of work is happening on that. A lot of work is happening also on the electric wires, because apart from your electric powertrain battery, the third stuff which occupies the most weight and the cost is the electric wire harness that goes across, especially in four-wheelers and electric commercial vehicles and buses, how you can optimize that particular architecture. That is an area wherein a lot of focus apart from battery is happening across. The third one, which I talked about, a lot of embedded software. How are you going to ensure what binary has gone into which variant of your product? Now, it can be a vehicle today's context, but in medical device also, it is picking up a lot. So how you can ensure that your entire vehicle software is updated over the air? You have always running it across, and any updates needs to be done it across to further optimize the experience which the customer is happening in or will be experiencing it across. And that all has to be also part of your model-based system engineering. How you can convert your voice of customer, which is raw voice, into technical requirements. Now, technical requirements is what we as an engineer understand. To give you an example, my son will ask for a high-speed vehicle, but my wife will say, I want better mileage. But what we as an engineer understand is what should be the torque, or what should be the fuel efficiency. So how you convert your voice of customer into technical requirement, into functional, logical architecture, and then physical engineering bill of material, which is designer perspective of seeing that particular product, but the way you manufacture it is your MBOM, and that all complete stuff, in the 3D can be done, now in the systems. The fourth one and the important one, which is a big focus now, is just smart manufacturing. How the convergence of MES, which is manufacturing execution system, and your IoT or IIoT rather, industrial IoT has to be done across. How you can ensure all your process planning and validation is done in the digital environment. Today, one of our Indian companies, like Ola Electric, they did the entire shop floor in the digital environment before even putting a single stone on the factory, and putting across the most state-of-the-art stuff. And then how you can do your entire production planning, there in India, if you see Deepavali is one of the peak seasons, wherein the production has to be more. So how you can ensure that, your production planning with all the constraints from supply chain or others, can be put across and your planning is quite optimized. The production execution is one part wherein how you can ensure your entire line can be monitored online. How you can ensure your first time yield is always there. The defects per unit reduces, you ensure that you have a Six Sigma process inbuilt across. And then any variation in your statistical process control chart, any variation is again a cost. There's a cost of good quality, there's a cost of bad quality. How you can validate all those stuff online and ensure that can be corrected first in the digital and then also on the physical environment. So that is what is big time happening in manufacturing. There are a lot of other stuff which is happening like AGV, automated guided vehicles, and other stuff, flexible manufacturing is a great stuff which is happening in the manufacturing world. The last part which I wanted to touch upon is on IoT. I've defined what is an IoT, but IoT has become, become like a platform, and you can develop your apps as and when needed. There are companies in India, what they have done is they have taken up IoT platform. I'm not going to brand any one of them. And then they're building their apps as and when required, right? They started with their energy analytics. Then they ensured that, their smart welding and other spot welding and other stuff can be done. Then they ensured how they can meter their entire consumption of water and steam and electricity and other stuff. And then now they have also gone across with their predictive, and the next stage is the prescriptive maintenance. So IoT is going to play a major role, and analytics and plus AI and ML to learn and ensure that you work on a prescriptive way rather than just do a diagnosis. Now, under the hood, if I have to explain the entire NPDI process which is happening for EV and also ICE, there will be ICE is not going to get killed at one day, particular day, or sooner. It will take some longer time to get it across.
Sir, I request you to kindly cut short the presentation.
Yeah, so this is the last slide.
Okay.
And if you ask me what is happening in the world, so people have worked or listened about, stay hungry, stay foolish from Steve Jobs. But what he says is we are all human beings, and as a human being, we are more of a tool developers, tool builders. And that is what we can help to amplify whatever magnitude, whatever magnitude which we want, our performance. So digitalization is one, IoT, digitalization, all are part of one, or Industry 4.0, which will help us, not only the automotive, but all the industries to survive the present and also win the future in the form of autonomous, connected, electrified, and shared mobility. So thank you for giving me opportunity to present my part.
So thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh Pandey, for sharing your valuable thoughts. Now I am handing over mic to Professor Vivek for way forward.
Thank you, sir. So we are running short of time, so we'll take only 2 questions from audience. Dear students, if you have any query related to the today's topic, you can ask questions to any of the panelists. Particularly MTech students, I request if you have any query. We'll take 2 questions. No one? Okay, so just one question from my side, Mr. Satyendra. What are the challenges and opportunities for the entrepreneurs in India in future mobility? So any of the speakers can take this question.
The main challenge for entrepreneurship is to understand, to understand the subject of EVs. EVs start, see, government is very particular about, imposing all these strict norms by way of safety standards. So whoever startups wants to come, he has to have all these norms as per the government's policies, whether it's a power pack, whether it's a battery, all these points one has to consider. These are the major challenge, no? It has to match with the government's policies. These are the few points.
I thank all our speakers for the informative and interesting session. Now I would request Professor Vivek Kumar, Head AIT, to kindly present our distinguished speakers with the mementos. So I request Professor Vivek to please give the memento to Mr. Satyendra Pal, founder and MD Jeetsons Electric Vehicle Private Limited and session chair for today's sessions. Now I would request Professor Dr. K.M. Soni, Deputy Dean, Engineering and Technology, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Harish Sharma, co-founder and director, Jeetsons Electric Vehicle Private Limited. I would also request Professor Dr. K.M. Soni, Deputy Dean, Engineering and Technology, to please give a memento to Mr. Sudhir Kumar Nagar, GM Lubes, HPCL. I would request now Professor Vivek Kumar, Head AIT, to please present the memento to Mr. Vinod Gupta, Founder, Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers. Now I would request Professor K.M. Soni to give a memento to session in charge, Professor Vivek Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Gurpreet Singh Saini, Assistant Professor AIT, to kindly deliver a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, invitees, participants, and dear students. I'm feeling honored to get this opportunity to conclude this session on advancement in future mobility and opportunities for startups under the 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership 2023. Certainly, this session was extremely useful, which enhanced our knowledge and vision about the aspects of future mobility and opportunities to develop new ventures. I believe organizing such informative sessions is a challenging task, which cannot be possible without great preparation, wise working hands, supports from every corner, and blessings. Now it is the time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful. At the outset, on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our beloved founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, for his blessings and motivation. Sir, you are our source of motivation and energy. Thank you for the blessings. We most humbly thank to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, for his exceptional leadership, guidance, and motivation. I would like to record our deep sense of obligation to the chair of this conference and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, for her motivation and dynamic leadership. Thank you, ma'am, for shaping us so well. I am happy to offer sincere thanks to our Deputy Dean, Domain Engineering and Technology, Professor K.M. Soni, sir, for his active guidance and continuous support. My sincere thanks goes to our head of the institute and also the moderator for the session, Professor Vivek Kumar, for his active guidance and support. Sir, you have given your valuable time in fixing many issues and making this event a successful. So thank you so much, sir. My thanks further goes to the session coordinator, Dr. Vedatri Maulik ma'am, faculties, and the students associated with this session for their contribution. I believe our words may not be sufficient to express our sense of gratitude to our esteemed speakers and guests who spare their time and enrich our knowledge in the emerging areas of future mobility. Mr. Satyendra Pal, founder and managing director at Jeetsons Electric Private Limited. Mr. Harish Sharma, co-founder and director of Electric Vehicles Private Limited. Mr. H. Sudhir Kumar Nagar, GM Lubes HPCL North Zone. Mr. Rakesh Pandey, Global Head for PLM, DM and XR at L&D Technology Services. Mr. Vinod Gupta, Founder Director, Imperial Society of Innovative Engineers. Thank you so much, sir, to reach to us and sharing your valuable knowledge with all of us. I believe this session will open new dimensions and our association will go a long way. May I request all the audience to give a big round of applause for all the esteemed speakers and other dignitaries for making the session successful. I would also like to thank all the participants, as your participation has made this session a successful event. I believe that this session has certainly provided you an insight into the future mobility and startup opportunities. To conclude, let me once reiterate my gratitude to one and all. Thank you so much.
I request all the faculty members and the coordinators to come on the dais just for a group photograph. Quickly. Because we have to hand over the session. Quickly, please come. All the coordinators and the yes, sir. Yes, sir.
अचार तो आ जाइए ठीक ठीक है किधर आ रहा है वो आपको बता दीजिए ठीक हो गया नहीं बाकी सब आपके पहली बार यहाँ रखी हुई है चेंज करने का आप कर लेंगे थोड़ा फिर हो ठीक है जी
All the students, please take your seats. I can see some of the students at gate.
का वो जो राउंड वाला अवार्ड है वो दोनों चीजें साइटेशन के टाइम उनको जो निश्चित पाठक है ना उनकी 4 चीजें और 2 अलग से एक सेशन चेयर का सेशन चेयर भी है और उनका स्पीकर का अवार्ड भी ये है निश्चित पाठक ग्लोबल लीड आर्किटेक्चर फॉर क्लाउड एंड आईटी
Students, please maintain silence.
तुमने कैसे किया कैसे कर रहे मुश्किल था ना देख के जो बच्चे करना पड़ता है क्या जाता हूँ नहीं वो तो जो स्टूडेंट है ना वो उनकी सीट पे जाके बस फोन दिखाता जाता है स्कैन करते हुए चले जाते हैं टाइम से पूछ लेते हैं पर ये देखना उस पर डुप्लीकेसी ना हो क्योंकि वो बच्चे बोले थे मैम हम उसकी फोटो खींच लेते हैं और फिर जो बाहर के बच्चे
Students at the back, please take your seats. Our guests have arrived. A very good evening to all present here. On the behalf of Amity University and organizing members, I extend a warm welcome to all the panelists, faculty members, and students in the track harnessing big data to make informed decisions to drive business growth in Industry 5. I invite all the panelists to please take their seats on the dais. Mr. Nishit Pathak, Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi, Mr. Yashwinder Singh, Dr. Rekha Agarwal, and Dr. Ajay Vikram Singh. Mr. Ishwinder Singh. I'm sorry, Mr. Abhishek Bhattacharya. Again, I extend a very warm welcome to all. I again request all the students to please take their seats. In the era of Industry 5, where the physical and digital worlds converge seamlessly, harnessing the power of big data has become imperative for business aiming to thrive and grow. So in this session, we will explore how organizations can leverage big data to make informed decisions that drive business growth. In Industry 5, the interconnectivity of machines, IoT devices, and human workers presents unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Companies must navigate complex data landscapes to remain competitive. With actionable insights from big data, executives can make informed decisions that derive business growth. They allocate resources wisely, minimize risk, and seize new opportunities. With the hope of getting answers to all the curious minds, let us introduce our panelist, Mr. Nishit Pathak, Global Lead Architecture and Innovation for Cloud and ITO DXC Technology. Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi, Group CTPO, Chief Technology and Product Officer, API Holdings. Mr. Abhishek Bhattacharya, Faculty Entrepreneur and Forbes 30U30. Mr. Ishwinder Singh, India Lead, Social Innovation Group, Cisco Net Academy. Mr. Puneet Jain, Cloud Application Technology, Architecture, Oracle USA. Mr. Ishwinder and Mr. Puneet will be joining with us online. I also welcome Dr. Rekha Agarwal, Director, Amity Institute of Information Technology, and Dr. Ajay Vikram Singh, Professor, Amity Institute of Information Technology, will be working as the moderator of the session. It is a tradition in Amity to welcome our guest with a sapling rather with a bouquet of flowers, as flowers wither and die, whereas saplings symbolize the growth of an everlasting relationship. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Rekha Agarwal ma'am to present saplings to our guests. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, and welcome again to the session. Mr. Nishit Pathak, he will be the session chair of this track. With this, I invite Mr. Nishit Pathak for his deliberations.
Mr. Nishit Pathak is currently working as Global Lead Architecture and Innovation for Cloud and ITU at DXC Technology, where he is focused on. Mr. Nishit Pathak is India's first artificial intelligence most valuable professional, a Microsoft regional director, speaker, AI thinker, innovator, and strategist. His expertise lies in helping Fortune 100 companies design, architect, develop, and implement next-generation solutions.
Over to Mr. Nishit Pathak.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thankful to Professor Ajay, Professor Amit
and everybody in Amity to having this sort of conference, which as the name says, it's all about building entrepreneurial skills as well as around innovations. So my name is Nishit, and I think the topic which we are discussing out is very eminent, very important for everyone who is either present in this session, as well as it is also important for everywhere. We have also seen that data, in terms of building a data, there is a humongous amount of data that has been generated over a period of times. There's a lot of facts and figures that has been seen, but over the years, you would also realize that the number of data which has been generated over a period of time has actually doubled in the last 2 years. And when this data has been generated, it is also pertinent and important to understand that what we will do with this data. What is the whole reason of being this data generated, right? There are billions of IoT devices that are being also generated. Even we as a human also generate a lot of data within ourselves, right? There are stuff like connected cars, and there's humongous amount of data which is being generated from various autonomous systems and other stuff. What is more important in this session, what we are going to discuss about is how is this all amount of data which we together about are called as large big data can be used by Industry 5.0 and has been currently used by industries, and how it is changing and becoming a game changer. For you all, it is what is very important to understand as that data has become an oil for any of the industries to work out. Any company, if you have been working as a social stuff, whether it is Facebook, LinkedIn, there's a lot of free stuff which has been created. I think all of you need to understand that it's not free, because you are actually helping generate a lot of data for that particular company. So we are going to talk a lot about it, how it has been there, what are the challenges, what are the implications, and we are also going to do how it has been used on various other industries. We are also going to talk about what are the big pitfalls about it, what are the opportunity ahead, and above all, what are the opportunities for you all to be part of this journey. So I will ask Professor Ajay to moderate the sessions and take it forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your introductory remark. So as you have a vast experience in this field, so I just elaborate the session in such a way that you can little explain about that what are the key challenges for the businesses to face the harnessing the data, means how the businesses are harnessing the data for generating more profit and make it possible to be succeed. Over to you, sir.
So the first challenge, any of the big data, any of the data that has been created, you would see that data has been into an unstructured format. And in order to create insights and create actionable insights out of the data, what is more important is to focus on data quality. Data quality has been a most important thing. In fact, there's a lot of research which has gone out, and we have found out that around 54% of the data issues have been more to do with the quality. So thus, that is the first most challenge, is to improve the quality of the data in order to create actionable insights. So that is the first thing. The second thing is that most of the data has been stored across various different silo systems that are either scattered or not interacting or not collaborating with each other. So the second thing which we also have a challenge is how we can bring all the data together centrally to take and create actionable insights. So having a data being silos is again a second challenge. The third challenge at the mind is the lack of talent, which is very important for all of you who is start a journey in your career, because in the market, there's a lack of big data experts who can create an excellent insights. So for me, I think this is a challenge for the industry, but an opportunity for you all to be a part of it. So these are the three main vital challenges which I see in terms of creating a data stuff. And of course, there are issues regarding what we want to do with the data in terms of data ethnicity. So having an ethical mindset in terms of what we are going to do with that data. So industry needs to have a purview about it, that what they are going to do, because you would have seen a lot of norms around it, that there are a lot of complications and challenges. A lot of companies are brought into the court just because they were not using a data into a right way. So what is making sure that there is a right governance around what is the use of the data is again the fourth challenge. So these are the four challenges that comes to my mind when we are talking about big data and taking it forward. Over to you, Dr. Ajay.
Thanks for elaboration. As I first feel that after going through with some discussions with one round, then surely, sir, we'll come back to you. So now, Mr. Abhinavji, as you have a long experience with the companies like Amazon, Mytra, and Pharmacy. So can you just explain about how you have seen big data being leveraged in new age technologies companies where you have worked for business growth? So over to you, Abhishek.
So
ji.
before going further, let us introduce Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi.
Abhinav Yajurvedi is the Group CTPO at API Holdings. Over the last 2 decades, Mr. Abhinav has been building and scaling software products across big tech companies like Amazon, Trilogy, and over the last decade has held key leadership positions during the 0 to 1 journeys of 2 unicorns, Indian technology startups Myntra and Pharmacy. Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi has received Technology Transformation Award in Cloud Computing for their hybrid cloud implementation from PC Quest. I invite Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi for his deliberations.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajay. Really glad to be here in this session. Good evening, everyone. The whole construct of big data technologies has actually begun in the last maybe 12 to 15 years. And it has become very, very relevant with the penetration of internet. You rewind 15 years, most technology companies were actually B2B SaaS companies, right? I mean, hardly any companies were interfacing on the internet at that point in time. And now the world has changed dramatically over the last decade or so, with most technology companies trying to be online. Now, what has that led to is that earlier, in traditional businesses, you had very limited opportunity to collect data. So for instance, if you talk about a retail store, like for instance, a shopping mall, a big shopping mall, you could position people outside to track who's coming into the shopping mall, where they are going, what kind of demography they are from, are they middle-aged people, are they young people, how many females, how many males, and so on and so forth. But this was still very limited data. One, it was very cumbersome to just collect this data. The other problem was the data itself was very, very limited. But when businesses moved online, it suddenly opened up infinite avenues to collect information about customers, about their interests, about demography, and so on and so forth. So, in particular, if I talk about how, for instance, Amazon, Myntra, Flipkart, Pharmacy, etc., leverage this data is when you land on, let's say, Myntra or Flipkart as a customer through your mobile app or website, essentially you are leaving behind a ton of traces. It could be your interest. So for instance, you may browse shoes, and there also you may browse sports shoes more than you browse, let's say, formal shoes. Now, earlier in offline ecosystem, this would have been a very tricky observation to keep in mind next time you visit the platform. But in the online ecosystem, as you start looking at this data, and when I say you start looking at the data, you are not actually looking as an individual, right? You're deploying, thousands of machines to basically analyze these patterns, these fine-grained patterns that were earlier impossible to figure out. So, in the last decade or so, because of the advent in compute, in storage, in highly scalable cloud platforms, it has been possible to almost real time analyze the data that you're gathering as your customers are going through your platform, going through your store, let's say in the case of a Flipkart or a Myntra or an Amazon. And in real time, you are stitching their experiences. For instance, let's say you're looking at a blue t-shirt right, on Flipkart or Myntra, and let's say it's at a certain price point. Maybe the shirt is very expensive, the one that you're looking at. Immediately you start getting recommendations about other shirts, which are similar in nature, but perhaps more affordable. Now, this has led to a significant improvement in conversion. This is just one very simple example of it. I'll give you a very real example of a brand called Moda Rapido. If you look up on Myntra, there's a brand called Moda Rapido. That Moda Rapido brand, fundamentally, all of its designs are not coming from humans. These designs are actually generated by the machines as they sift through data of thousands and hundreds of thousands of fashion images that are getting populated on the internet through these other international platforms. And then it basically creates a new, altogether new t-shirt design, which then goes into production, in a very short span of time. So for instance, if you're buying a Levi's jeans, that Levi's jeans from idea to production, it could be anywhere between 12 to 18 months. But when this kind of a technology is employed, you're able to turn around, from design to production, a product is developed in less than 6 weeks. That's the power with which, when you employ big data technologies, you're able to bring impact. I'll give you many more examples during the pandemic, right? The doctors were finding it difficult to analyze patients online, and that's when we leveraged big data technologies to give insights to the doctors who were operating on our platform to help them diagnose conditions way faster, all online, right? Because there was no physical touch. The doctors were not able to talk to the patients directly. All of these capabilities were built, backed by big data platforms. So over the years, the penetration of big data technologies has obviously increased. Almost all new age businesses are leveraging big data technologies to not only do the basic things that one would expect, like fraud detection and stuff like that, which is very basic way of leveraging big data technologies, but almost all new age businesses are leveraging big data technologies to really grow their top line, improve their bottom line. So that's how important big data technologies have become in the recent decade or so. Over to you, Professor.
Thanks a lot for detailed deliberation.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ishwinder Singh, India Lead Social Innovation Group, Cisco NetAgent.
Ishwinder ji, over to you. As the topic is related to Industry 5 evolution also. So what you feel that Industry 5 is a game changer for the businesses?
Then let us first introduce the sir.
Mr. Ishwinder currently works for Cisco as India Lead for Skills and Cisco NetAcad. His key responsibilities include strategic alliances, government relations, marketing efforts, metrics and measurement, managing priorities and execution of workflow across NetAcad programs. He was earlier working as national lead at SSE NASCOM. His key responsibilities there were evangelizing NASCOM future skills in academia and leading training and efficacy for ITES sector under Government of India's flagship program, Skill India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So I think, first of all, thanks for being a very cheerful audience and a good multitasker. I'm just observing while the previous speakers were talking. So may I have your attention, please? So if you can please put your mobile phone in your pockets, because we came from very far away and we are here to share the experience with you and interact with you. So can I have full attention for just 5 minutes? I'll not speak too much. I still can hear the whisper. I don't want to point fingers. Last time I was virtual, so I was unable to target people. This time I can target. Yeah. So thank you very much. Still, I see a lot of people seeing here and there. We are 4 or 5 people here. You all can see us. Okay. So can I just get something like some reaction from you that you are receiving and hearing us? Whistle bachi thi. Yes, I can see a lot of people raising hand. Yes, at least I can now feel the silence. Thank you very much. So I'll just start with one thing. You are seeing, and we have very learned speaker talking to about the tech space. And I am a combination of a tech and a management guy. So before even we go next step, all of you, do you understand well what is Industry 5.0? All of you understand? No. Great. So I think this is a how many days conference? 3 days, 14, 15, 16. And this is the topic of your session. So anybody knows in the room what is Industry 5.0? If you want, I can stand up also. Anybody? चलेगा कुछ भी चलेगा मतलब you don't have to be very definition centric. जो भी you have a mental image of Industry 5.0. Yes, please. Can we have mic? Yes, you also. Do you need mic or you have that? कॉमन मैन की भाषा में बोलेंगे? चलो, but great. Yes, you want to say? Okay. And you also, yes. Yes. Great. Great. Anybody who can tell difference between Industry 4.0 and 5.0? What is the main change which is happening? Why we are saying because we are currently, if you see, we are somewhere in Industry 3.0 only. Industry 4.0 is which we are seeing that we are just entering 4.0 and we have started talking about 5.0. So which means there is a huge change. That's why we are talking about two parallel industry revolution. Generally, you see there is a like decades of difference between the industry revolution. So anybody can talk about that 4.0, 5.0 difference? Yes, please. No, that's fine. So this is what I wanted, that you should try. So if you see, boss, 2 minutes, just silence, please. I cannot talk like this. Okay. So if you see Industry 4.0, so Industry 4.0 was more about machines working in an autonomous mode. And we were saying a lot of data will be created, security is very much required. But then we realize when we put too much of automation, we realize human element is very critical. So earlier people were talking that machines will replace human, we will have robots, they will replace. But now what is the game changer in 5.0? That robots, automation will be supporting humans, basically. In 2-3 areas, one is the efficiency and another is the operation excellence. And somewhere finding the like a right balance between both of them. So that is core Industry 5.0. And if we talk about big data, as we are talking about the automation, which means lot of data is getting transmitted from one device to other device and between humans. Earlier, we were saying that IT was one of the vertical, like still we have BTech computer science. A lot of people might be enrolled in that. And I did my engineering in computer science. Then I did my PGP from IIM Lucknow. So I have seen both the words specifically, and I can harness both the business and the tech side specifically. So if you see Industry 4.0, the example, I'll bring my life case study in front of you. So I joined Cisco around 4 years back, and we were driving Cisco's networking academy program. That point of time, I think around 18 years, we did around 5 lakh empowerment of 5 lakh student. And when I joined, every year we were doing 70, 80, 90,000 kind of a number every year. And after like, this is the 4th financial year, which we just closed, and MET is very great partner in that program. Can anybody guess from 80, 90,000 every year student, how much number we just close in the last physical? Any guess? ये तो wild guess है, इसमें कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. Yes, last you want to say something? Just feeling sleepy. Anybody want to guess? कोई भी number बोल सकते हैं. Sorry? 59? नहीं, अभी बढ़ जाएगा ना. So we just closed 500,000 number, which is 5 lakh, more than 5 lakh numbers in just 12 months. And by this, our program became the longest and the largest running program across world. And if I talk about what we did, when we did about the data, like our friend gave example how Flipkart is using the data and giving you and helping you in getting a buying decision at your own terms. So similarly, we use the data from the field and created some unique programs in partnership with government, etc. And then we leverage. And as you create, you collect data, you create your strategy. Boss, your like previous batch was bit more attentive. So what we did, we took the data, and it's not about that you are pulling a data and then subsequently you are using and building a strategy. You pull the data, you build a strategy, then you have to also test what is working and what is not working. So it's more like a agile stuff, which we have heard in a technological space, but in business also we follow the agile stuff. When we build a strategy, we pull data from what we are when we are driving or implementing anything, and then we realize what is the churn, what we have to remove from that particular strategy and realign the strategy. So this is how in the real business also we use a lot of big data analytics to make sure that we drive business. And this something which is from like 80,000-90,000 every year, we were able to do around 5 lakh student every year. So this is one of the example which I want to share with you. Over to you, Dr.
Thanks a lot for in-depth insight about Industry 5, as well as how the Cisco Network Academy has used the data and make the numbers so high. This is also one of the use of big data in every field or every aspect of management. Now, for Abhishek Bhattacharya ji. So first I request.
Before that, let us introduce Mr. Abhishek Bhattacharya, Faculty Entrepreneur and Forbes 30U30.
Mr. Abhishek has been a 3 times entrepreneur focused on fintech and blockchain tech. He's a Forbes 30 under 30 Asia honoree, a 3 times author and an Ethereum Foundation Fellow and a UNDP Inspiro Fellow. While at Brew Finance, he brought blockchain to farmers to save their income, covering 1,400 warehouses and 20,000 plus farmers, and $300 million in committed TVL and connected them to global DeFi lenders. Supported by United Nations Development Program, IIM Ahmedabad, and Mass Challenge USA. He's also a blockchain educator and has taught 8,000 plus faculties, PhDs, and students globally. He recently delivered talks at AIBC Asia in Manila, Philippines in July 23, where he was also awarded at Blockchain Educator of the Year, SmartCon 2022 in New York, DaveCon in Bogota, CNFTCon 22 in Las Vegas, and CITC conference by Ministry of Communication and IT in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and upcoming talks at Co-Invest Asia in Bali, Indonesia in August 23, ETH Singapore, and the FinTech Festival Asia in Thailand in September 23, ETHKL in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia in October 23, and Web3BB in Japan in December 23. I invite Mr. Abhishek Bhattacharya for his deliberations.
Abhishek ji, so you are the one of the best person to explain the role of blockchain in Industry 5, because that is the one of the major component of Industry 5.0.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay, and thank you, everyone. It's quite a number here in this auditorium. So one point that that introduction didn't cover is, which I'd like to share before I begin my words, is about 10 years back, I was sitting in this auditorium as well. It has been a phenomenal experience coming back to Amity. Thank you. It's always great to be, amongst the same people, the same departments, the same faculty. Some have left, some are still there, and it is an amazing feeling. But yes, one thing has been constant is that what I've seen since all those years is that the focus that this university has on all these technologies that are up and coming. We are talking about blockchain today. We were definitely not talking about this technology at that time, 2013, 14, 15. Later years, 17, 18, when I just, left the university, I heard that some things have started taking shape at the campus. So happy to see that it has become a mainstream component. It's become a component of the mainstream conferences, etc. Now, specifically talking about this, amalgamation of big data, AI, IoT, I saw that when, Mr. Ishwinder asked the question, the wonderful question where many of you were able to contribute. So happy to see that so many of you are aware of what Industry 5.0 is. It's good because maybe 1 year, 2 year, I'm not sure which years you belong to, but in a year or so, you are all going to be hard at work, taking jobs, requesting and requiring placements all across. And I think that's the final agenda. That's the final goal, not that you have. It's also what the university has. University wants everyone to be placed at wonderful places, right? And all these people, the learned speakers here, have been creating such opportunities for you. So talking about big data specifically, or the topic in question, not new. Definitely, it has been since a lot of time. One thing that is common is that it has found its deep use in multiple other sectors and domains. Big data is not a domain, right? It is what is making every other domain, I can say, every other domain actually much better, right? Much effective, much efficient, right? Way more efficient. Talking about specifically, as Dr. Ajay pointed out, that my experience in blockchain. So just a quick intro that what that experience has been is working for farmers in the country, helping them take loans against their crops that they earn, that they harvest. Wheat, rice, soybean, all those, more than 80, 85 non-perishable crops. Easily, they can just take loans easily. Now, what the entire concept was that not just a single click to take a loan from a bank, maybe Axis Bank, HDFC, etc. in the country, but also taking that same one click and for the farmer who are not tech savvy, who are not very, many of them don't even have a smartphone, but taking that one click to get a loan from outside India as well via DeFi, so decentralized finance. That's a combination of fintech, financial inclusion, blockchain technology, everything. DeFi has opened doors for us, to offer very sophisticated financial products. Such products which are not available to us in the traditional banking domain either. And that is now available to even a farmer in the country. The reason is, of course, it's borderless finance. DeFi is borderless finance. So that is one big area that I've been working with. At the heart of it, not just this, all the industries that I worked across, I was previously at Policy Bazaar. So after Amity, after a couple of companies, I went to Policy Bazaar and was working on a service product there. Millions of customers, right? My first big product. But what is at the core of it? Data, lots of it, big data, right? And the office is in Gurgaon. Everyone sits at Gurgaon. And all over not just the country, but outside also, many people buying insurances at the same time. Different kinds of insurances, I think 22 different products, health insurance, life insurance, this, that, motor insurance, everything. Again, everything at the core of it is big data. We used to play with so much data. And what we needed were data engineers, right? AI engineers, ML engineers, and all of them coming together, working on data, right? So data engineers. Whatever that tagline was, whatever their title was, but such kinds of engineers, right? Now, that has been a prominent use case, which I believe many of you would be seeing now as well, because every time a new conference happens, every time a new talk happens, I remember I used to host so many of, conduct so many of these such seminars, bring speakers from outside. But the core central, the focus was always AI, ML, big data, right? And the implication of big data across all these sectors. In a very nutshell, in my own use case, I have seen, so when we started zero customers, nothing, farmers don't even have a credit profile, but we wanted to make a lot of sense of the data that we started getting. So it was a chicken and egg problem for us. We first started getting customers, then generated the data because no one was doing this a similar thing. So we could not have even hired, not hired, but bought data from someone else or used some other mechanism and models to play around because this was being done for the first time. But when it started happening, we understood that, okay, we started with Maharashtra, 1,400 warehouses, millions of dollars of crops being deposited on a daily basis in the government and private warehouses. That data started getting collected. And it made a lot of sense. It meant a lot to us because we were able to understand and pinpoint exactly what the farmer is doing, what they need, what they want to do in future, and what they'll be doing in the next crop cycle. Rabi, Kharif, again back to Rabi, again Kharif. So Rabi's data is helping us, do a better cycle for farmers in the Kharif season. That is the level and the nitty-gritty, at which the data can be used, even when we are starting from zero. Many companies, as I was listening to Mr. Ishwinder, I was listening to Mr. Nishit Pathak, Ji, all of them have been having a lot of experience with the data that has been existing in the industry. That is a very good area to start from. And I think they'll be coming for placements as well, right? DXC comes for placement every year. I remember from my days as well, I think you've been, coming for placements since so many years now. Cisco does, right? All those other companies do. So if you know data at the heart, if you have a skill to work around with data, I'm just talking about very basic skills also. Maybe start around in your second year, third year, get around with the basic skills where you're able to employ some data for some of your tasks. Maybe you're running a conference, maybe you're running Confluence. If you're from computer science engineering, you're running Confluence next year. Maybe you're handling one of the departments and you get 2023's data. And then you start working around it. Soon you'll find that you have built so many good skills that Cisco, DXC, and maybe small startups like us can start using. And I think that's where, the crux lies, because that's going to be very useful for your skill set, for your repertoire of skills that you could put on your LinkedIn and eventually in your interviews as well. Right? I think we are going to speak more on this, the juxtaposition of blockchain, AI, ML, data, cloud, all of that. But I think that's enough for now. So, that's what my words would be for what data looks like and the combination of all these industries look like.
Thanks for detailed deliberation. So, Shri Nitish Pathak ji, over to you. That as we know it, that there is in Industry 5.0, there is a lot of best practices which we are using for businesses. So can you just explain about few best practices which we are using to harness big data effectively?
So let me ask this question from you, right? How many people are there? How many students are there in this session who is attending? 100, 200, how much? 500? Okay, let's extract some sort of insights out of it. How many of them are making noise? Thank you so much. Okay, so in terms of, the question was around the best practices, right? See, what we guys are saying out, it is important for you all because, we have always harnessed it out based on our experience, right? In a harder way rather than somebody, coming out, right? When I started my career, I was not leveraged to get that sort of insight directly. So that was one of the things. So I think you should use and take these conferences very, very seriously. Some of the important things which you can always import it out in your career as you go started. So in terms of the best practices, right? For any company to get started with the big data, I think, first of all, they need to understand and they need to have a data strategy. And not just for the company, for anyone who has a data, they need to have a data strategy, right? So what does that mean? That means that what do you want to do with that data ultimately, right? So if, for example, I'm just giving an example, if a telecom customer like Vodafone or Airtel have so much data, imagine the amount of insights that they can do really on top of it. Same way goes with the banks, right? They all have the customer data. Imagine the kind of new insights, some new innovations, new applications that they can brought over a period of time. And we have also seen that there has been a new innovations happening It is just because of data, because unless and until there would have been no data, things would have been a more spiral. So it has been a game changer. So first of all, we need to have a data governance or a data strategy. Second thing that we want to also focus as an industry or a company is to focus on building the right tools, building the right technologies, building the right areas for which they can start keep on generating the data over a period of time. Because the data which is generated right now, it has to be continuous in shape to keep on giving the actionable insights over a period of time. So that is the second thing. The third thing, which is more important, is to build a culture of generating a data so that employees in that organization can start bringing the data, right? You all generate the data by yourself so many times that you are not even aware. Every one of you who is using a social medium is actually generating a data for that particular company. Be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it LinkedIn, be it whatever soever you want to. Every one of you who has been going to a hospital is actually generating your data in terms of the medical records. Every one of you who is attending this conference can also generating the records in terms of, okay, who is going to attend it, who is the next speaker, what is the insights that can be done. There's a lot of things that can be done over a period of time. In fact, a lot of banks actually have started doing stuff like fraud detection, predictive analytics, and all of those things, which was not possible, 8 to 10 years back. It's just because of the right data, which has been employed on a right AI model. So that is the third thing, which is really very important in terms of the culture and the strategy. So on top of it, these are the three main really key practices. But of course, as I mentioned previously as well, the making the data, having that quality data is always a challenge, and is always the best practices for an industry to make it more efficient and take it forward so that it can help in creating more performance, more efficiency as well. Mr. Abhishek was talking about blockchain, right? What is blockchain? What is blockchain? Anyone? What is blockchain? It is, there should be someone who should say. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So I tell you, so if you want to take one mantra from me, I tell you, how do you interact with companies like, so you order something from Amazon and you always feel that it will come back to your home, right? So that is a kind of trust that Amazon or a companies like Flipkart or any of the retail shops, anyone has built it. That is all about the trusted based systems. To be very honest, if you ask me what is, yes, it's a distributed ledger, but why do we need a distributed ledger? The reason for a distributed ledger is that blockchain is changing the way we trust the economy. I repeat, blockchain is changing the way we trust the economy. So in this case, if there is a blockchain system, we know that it cannot be tempered easily, modified easily. It will always be self-sustained. There has been no modifications over it here. Whether it is all about smart contracts, whether it is all about, creating a distributed ledger, whether it is on supply chain, whether it is on product provenance or anything, it actually changing the way we trust the system. So anytime anyone asks you what you want to do with blockchain or where exactly is blockchain being used, always says that blockchain is the technology by which we change the way the system trusts, or we trust is the system is changing. That's a way. And how we are doing it? We are doing it through distributed ledger. That's a way. So understand the whys of the technology, that why it has come in, right? Then you will understand that what it can do. Understand until you are aware about the why or the history, we will never be moving forward. So if you want to learn about big data, you understand why big data has come up. If you want to learn about AI, why AI have come up. If you want to learn about machine learning, chat GPT, generative AI, everything that we do. We are very lazy people. Human is a very lazy people, I tell you. We will not do anything unless and until there has been a reason for us to do something. You guys will not learn something unless and until I stand up and say something in front of you. And I'll bring some really good quality things. So it is always a mindset of human. And that is where I think it is very important for you to know the history about any technology so that we can build the right best practices, because that will keep the things more evident. That's it from my side.
Thanks a lot for detailed deliberation. So now over to you, Avinavji. Actually, that every technology have their own excitement, but as well as some pitfalls. So can you explain about some pitfalls while we are using the big data technologies?
Right. Like you said, all technologies obviously are very welcome. People get a lot of excitement about it. But the reality is that everything comes with some, downside, some pitfalls. Big data is definitely enabling a lot across all the industries, not just in e-commerce, etc., but across all industries. Big data has been leveraged consistently now. But the reality is that a lot of people do not understand the responsibilities that come with big data. So, for example, particularly talking about healthcare, there is a lot of sensitive data that we get access to as we digitize the entire healthcare interaction, the doctor-patient interactions, the diagnostics, and so on and so forth. There's everybody gets their reports in a digital format these days. Everybody gets a prescription in digital format. And all of that then sits as big data in some platform, which is great because you can analyze it, you can figure out a lot of insights from it and all of that, but then there is a ton of responsibility that comes with it. And if you do not pay attention on how you secure this kind of data, this kind of sensitive data, it can very well get out of hand quickly because all of the data is available on the internet. And if, let's say, malicious people with malicious intent, they get access to this kind of data, you can be in trouble. Big data, as the name suggests, is big. It's massive. It's huge. And anything which is that massive comes at a cost. So while it is very cool to say that, look, we track every click of the mouse, every image view, every video view, we track all of that, right, across all these various platforms. But all of that data goes and sits somewhere. The cost of storage, the cost of compute is massive. So if you're not careful about what kind of data you want to keep, for how long you want to keep that data, do you want to keep the data in its raw form? Do you want to summarize that data? Because if you keep this data aggregation going forever unchecked, it can very quickly lead to cost escalations. So, it's important that we leverage big data, but we also understand the downside of it in terms of the potential dangers it presents in terms of data security, privacy, etc., in terms of the costs, escalating costs that business have to incur in order to process and keep that amount of data, right? So these are some of the pitfalls. There are other things, one of the speakers spoke about how it's good that you're keeping or tracking a ton of data, but if the data sanctity is not taken care of, if the quality of the data is not good, you might save a ton of data. But when you try and derive insights out of it, you'll not be, it's like garbage in, garbage out. So if you've not really taken care of what data you're keeping, how you're keeping that data, how you are maintaining the sanctity of that data, then when you try to make sense out of the data, you will invariably end up getting garbage. And that's why some of these things, the security of the data, the cost of data, and how you keep the data and its sanctity intact, that these are some of the things that one has to be very, very careful with as you get into big data technologies. So those would be my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Avinavji. Abhishek ji, as you have a plenty of experience in different domains, provide last bit is last. Okay. After this, it will be conclude. So please cooperate. The time is 5:15. So as start from tech savvy products to the products for the farmers. which is a really different domain. So how this cross domain or the customer which is of cross domain, you use the big data for taking the decisions.
Right. So I kind of touched upon a bit in my last answer on these points. So let me take it from there. So guys, as you know, Dr. just said that it's already 5:15. We all have to go home. You know, some stay in Noida, Delhi. I have to go to Kolkata. Okay, so let's wrap it up, right? Let's stay quiet for maybe 5-10 more minutes, 15 more minutes. That's it. We'll leave you soon. I understand that now your 2 hours of lab is, I think, getting over, for which you're getting an attendance, right? Or the OD is getting over. So yeah, just 5-10 more minutes, I think. Yeah. So thank you. So covering what, you know, I was where I left in my last answer. Building products for tech savvy, for the affluent people, you know, buying very sophisticated products online with their, you know, with their iPhones, building app store specific apps. From that experience to down to, you know, very basic multilingual Hindi, English, Marathi kind of an app for smallholder farmers who have a very bare minimum technology, you know, in their hands, which is like a very basic smartphone. You know, very basic apps can work on it. That to some old Android version. No talk about, you know, App Store, Apple, iPhone, etc. So that has been a journey. Throughout that, while building such products, what I have noticed, what I have come across is definitely, I mean, this entire experience pans out across two different kinds of customer categories. For Policybazaar, if I take the example where people are very tech savvy, within few seconds, within few minutes, I can go and buy, you know, my travel insurance on Policybazaar, see it on my account later on, and that's going to be so easy for me. And I don't need to be explained a lot of things, but still, as a user, I don't know everything, right? And so do you know, millions of users across the country and even outside who use Policybazaar, their app, their website, all the touch points. For that is where, you know, I experienced that, again, as I specified in my last answer, that the data came in very handy. It's like, you know, Mr. Abhinav was saying that Myntra exactly knows and can pinpoint what you need, what you want in the very next moment. What I do is, so, you know, what I do is when I want to buy a shirt on Myntra or, you know, any piece of garment on Myntra, I just go there, search for 10 minutes. I don't find, if I find the best fit, everything, then of course I buy it, no doubt. But what I do next is I wait, right? I just wait for it to suggest to me that this is what you exactly want. Because, you know, Steve Jobs said, this just came to my mind. Steve Jobs said, how would a person, how would a customer or a prospective customer know what he wants unless and until he has seen it yet? And that's when Apple iPhone came, right? Because Steve Jobs knew that what customers want is an iPhone, but we didn't know. But now once an iPhone is in our hands, what again Jobs said is that it would feel like a natural extension to your being. And that is correct, right? Every version does. So I think that is one such, you know, historical moment, I would say. But now that is happening every day in, day out with websites like Myntra, with websites like, you know, Facebook. Whenever you want to see something, you don't know what you're looking for. But then soon, you know, the network itself shows you that this is the kind of reel you're looking for. And this will give you ideas for your next reel in Bali, maybe, right? So all those examples come together and fit in one single, you know, proposition that user does not know what they want. I understood that also while working for Policybazaar, that a person is not really educated on insurance to an extent that you should be. Many here, okay, how many here can guys, one question here, how many here have a life insurance? Can you raise your hands? That's it? 5%, right? 10% maybe, okay? How many of you here have a health insurance? Similar numbers, okay, still better numbers. Okay, how many of you have bought it from Policybazaar, by the way? Okay, 1 or 2 people, all right. Anyway, that was an irrelevant question. So just nostalgia. So, you know, now what happens is that everyone here should have raised their hands when I talked about life insurance or health insurance. But you don't know that because and that's why you don't have it, right? It's not like you're 20s, what, 2, 3, 22, 23, 21. So you don't need a life insurance or a health insurance. You need it. And so do your parents. And so do your grandparents. Everyone does, right? Now, because you don't know, we cannot wait. You know, I mean, companies cannot wait, like Policybazaar and, you know, other insurance, Digit Insurance and all those. They cannot wait for you to first get educated and then 10 years, come back 10 years later that, okay, I want an insurance. So what we have to do is we have to work on data and we have to suggest you exactly, we have to advertise in a fashion so that we can exactly point that, okay, this is the time we'll tell you that you have a family of 4 members. This is what can happen, and now you should buy an insurance, and that will open your eyes. So that's all data, right? As Mr. Vinod said that, Myntra does this, Policy Bazaar does this, right? My experience spans out a bit more into blockchain, as we were talking about earlier, where farmer financing comes into the picture. Farmer is very less educated here in terms of what they want, what opportunities they can get. Now, how do we tell it to them? Now, we cannot do it everywhere with technology. So big data to some extent comes to help here, but there are other strategies as well. We have to work with governments because they trust governments. They don't trust private startups, small startups. They think that we might scam them, we might defraud them. That's a huge bottleneck, but with the help of government has a lot of data for them. Then with the help of other parties, ourselves being a very important contributor to generating data for farmers. So for example, guys, last 5-10 minutes, बीच में क्या हो जाता है, right? Last 5-10 minutes. So we generate a lot of data for building a credit profile. Now this data can be used by other players who would start knowing that, okay, now we have a credit profile for a farmer. A credit profile is what helps banks and other financial lenders, providers to offer us credit cards, bank accounts, etc. Right? We can't do that for farmers. To be able to do that, now is when the domain is starting to generate a lot of data on those perspectives, on those data points, which were not earlier there. What blockchain does, so as just some time back, Mr. Pathak said that, what blockchain does is it removes the element of trust. It is a very, it's a trustless system. Why is DeFi borderless? Because you don't need trust. You don't need to trust the government. You don't need to trust banks. You don't need to trust anyone else, any third parties. It disintermediates. It removes the need for trust. It is borderless. That's why it's borderless. Of course, it is regulationless as well, which is also sometimes creates a lot of problems. So these are the barriers which blockchain helps, you in just, removing. That's where when data, which is getting into blockchain and then building up a reservoir, there are multiple platforms also which give you blockchain data. If you've done a transaction today and you've used the same wallet maybe 2 years back for a DeFi platform, we can build a profile for you. Yes, of course, that would be a slight, a danger to decentralization and credibility. But then again, there are Web 2 and Web 3 systems. We build Web 2.5 systems also. I think that's where Industry 5.0 is also going, because we are trying to club experiences that we are accustomed to with all the softwares that we use, Zomato, Swiggy, Policy Bazaar, Myntra, Facebook, etc. And then taking them a notch higher to blockchain and building that Web 2.5 layer. People have heard about Web 3. So building that Web 2.5 layer so that both the worlds coexist. Banks coexist with DeFi lenders. Governments coexist with private parties. Data coexists with, all the other elements and other data points. Right? So this is largely, what my experience has been and how it can shape up your knowledge of future products that you might get into building. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have Amity Excellence Award for Innovation. I request Mr. Nishit Pathak to come forward. Global Lead Architecture and Innovation for Cloud and ITO DXC Technology, Mr. Nishit Pathak, with the Amity Excellence Award for Innovation during 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership ICEIL 2023. I request Dr. Rekha Agarwal ma'am to please read the citation, and I request Mr. Amit Babnani and his team and Dr. KM Soni to please join us on the stage.
Thank you very much. It's our honor that Mr. Nishit Pathak is with us. Mr. Nishit Pathak is currently working as a global lead architecture and innovation for cloud and ITO at DXC Technology, which he's focused on. Mr. Pathak is India's first artificial intelligence most valuable professional, a Microsoft regional director, speaker, a thinker, an innovator, and a strategist. His expertise lies in helping Fortune 100 companies design, architect, develop, and implement next-generation solutions. Mr. Pathak also laid the expertise in defining, strategizing technology roadmaps for customers and companies using emerging technologies. He's also authored more than half a dozen international books for Springer publication, US. In the last 3 books have been on artificial intelligence. Mr. Pathak is an international acclaimed speaker on technologies like AI, IoT, blockchain, and regularly speaks at various technical conferences. He has a successful track record for building new practice for inception and making them sustainable. It is with utmost respect that Amity University confers the Amity Entrepreneurship Leadership Excellence Awards 2023 upon Mr. Nishit Pathak. So can we have a huge round of applause, students, please? Students at the back. Sir, please.
I invite Mr. Nishit Pathak for his acceptance speech.
So thank you, Mr. Amit, and entire Amity team for honoring me as an innovator for 2023. What I'm more delighted is, and I've always been impressed with Amity, and my interaction with Amity has been since last 7, 8 years. I've been regularly coming and delivering a lot of conferences, interacting with it. Even a lot of products of Amity is already working with us within DXE and also for. What is more important for all of you is that always challenges leads to opportunities. And I want to at least see one of you all to come into the stage at some point of time and get the innovators from the Amity itself. So it's a deep honor for me to receive it. I really acknowledge it. And thank you so much, Amit, and every one of you for treating me and giving me an innovator award. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and heartiest congratulations. I also invite Dr. Rekha Agarwal ma'am and Dr. K.M. Soni sir to felicitate our guest with MHE mementos. Students, to please make silence. Please take your seats. We are just 1 minute away. I also thank Mr. Abhinav Yajurvedi, who has joined online and has spared time for us. And thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And we will send your felicitation. We will try to send.
Thank you. My
Thank you.
pleasure.
Industry 5, harnessing big data is not now an option. It's a necessity. It empowers businesses to adapt, innovate, and thrive in an ever-evolving landscape. With this, I invite Dr. Rekha Agarwal ma'am to conclude the session and propose a vote of thanks. So on behalf of Rekha ma'am, I thank you all, one and all present here. And my special thank goes to all the panelists who spare their time. I am also thankful to our founder president, sir, C5 sir, and vice president ma'am, and all those who has made this event successful and who has worked from the beginning to make this event a beautiful event. And I especially thank to all the students who have listened this session patiently. I know now all of you are having your cab timings and everything. So all the best and have a lovely evening. Thank you one and all.